Welcome to YouTube. Uh, Today we're going to talk about the Masonic ceremonies and Masonic stuff. Now, the it's quite the story. Quite the story. Well, I guess I'm just going to dive into it. Okay, so it might be pretty boring. If it gets too boring, maybe I'll just switch it up to some different stuff. This is a video that was taken in what was it, like 2018 or 2020 or something? Why is it so quiet? Okay, it seems a little bit quiet. Okay, so there you can see a candidate.
It is the order of the worshipful master that you teach our candidate to advance 3 regular steps.
It is the order of the nerd order. Freaking bug. Yeah, so this is the first degree.
As Bun has entered the present nation, give the true birth and sign of that degree. Advance a spellcraft mason. Give the true birth and sign of that degree. Advance a protector.
Yeah, so it's pretty boring. The whole thing is pretty boring. That's why you gotta remember, it's like there's 2 lodges: the open lodge, the secret lodge. 2 lodges. The open lodge is the fools. The secret lodge is above the blue lodge. Yeah, this is definitely some really boring video. Incredibly boring. Maybe I should fast forward a little bit. This is when you read the books stuff, it's not a lot of stuff going on in this Freemasonry exposed video. Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward. This is getting too boring. Okay, so they're swearing an oath.
And legally constitute lodge
of Master Mason,
of Master Masons.
and neither unto him nor them,
And neither unto him nor them,
till after strict trial,
till after strict trial,
to examination, or lawful information,
It's all about morals and shit. That's in the outer court.
I have found him or them,
to be as justly entitled to the same.
to be as justly entitled to the same.
It's a long story.
Furthermore, promise and swear
Furthermore, I promise and swear
that I will answer all due signs
that I will answer all due signs
given me
by
by the hands of a brother
of this degree,
and will obey all summons sent me
and will obey all summons sent me
from within the body
from within the body
of a just
of a just
and legally constituted
and legally constituted lodge
of Master Mason.
of Master Masons.
If within
If within
the length of my cable toe.
the length of my cable toe.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
that I will aid and assist
that I will aid and assist
all distressed,
all distressed,
worthy brother Master Mason,
worthy brother Master
their
Masons,
widows and orphans,
their widows and orphans,
whosoever dispersed around the globe,
whithersoever dispersed around the globe,
so far as I can do so,
so far as I can do so,
without serious injury
without serious injury
to myself or family.
to myself or family.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
that I will keep the secrets
that I will keep the secrets
of a brother Master Mason
Blah blah blah.
as my own,
when
given to me in charge as such. Murder entries accepted. Furthermore, stand to.
I will stand to
and abide by
and abide by
all the laws, rules, and regulations
all the laws, rules, and regulations
appertaining to the degree
and pertaining to the degree
of Master Mason
of Master Mason
and to the lodge
and to the lodge
of which
I may be a member,
and will maintain and support
and will maintain and support
the Constitution and edicts
the Constitution and edicts
of the Grandmother,
of the Grandmother,
under which
the same
may be holden
may be holden
together with
together with
the general regulations
the general regulations
of Freemasonry.
of Freemasonry.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
I will not be present at
that I will not be present at
or assist in
or assist in
the making
the making
of a woman
of a woman in Mason,
a young man in his non-age,
a young man in his non-age,
old man in his dotage,
an old man in his dotage,
atheist,
an atheist,
a madman,
a madman,
or a fool.
or a fool.
I know them to be such.
I know him to be such.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
that I will not have masonic communication
that I will not have Masonic communication
with an unlawfully made Mason
with an unlawfully made Mason
or a lawfully made Mason
or a lawfully made Mason
who is suspended or expelled.
who is suspended or expelled.
I know him to be such.
I know him to be such.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
that I will not cheat on or
that I
fraud
will cheat on or defraud
a lodge of Master Masons
a lodge of Master Masons
or a brother of this degree
or a brother of this degree
out of the value of anything,
of the value of anything,
knowingly and intentionally,
knowingly and intentionally,
nor will I injure
nor will I injure him
in his person or good name.
in his person or good name.
I will give him timely notice
I will give him due and timely good notice
of approaching danger,
of approaching danger,
so far as the same
so far as the same
may come to my knowledge.
may come to my knowledge.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
that I will not violate the chastity
that I will not violate the chastity
of a brother Master Mason's wife,
of a brother Master Mason's wife, daughter,
sister,
sister,
mother, or widow,
mother, or widow,
or suffer the same
or something the same,
to be done by another
to be done by another,
if within my power
if it within thy power,
to prevent.
to prevent.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
that I will not give
that I will not give
the grand alien side
the grand alien side
of this degree,
of this degree,
unless I am in real distress
unless I'm in real distress
or for instruction.
or for instruction.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
that I will not give the substitute
that I will not give thee substitute
for the ancient master's word
for the ancient master's word
in any other manner
in any other manner
than that in which
than that in which
I may hereafter receive it,
I may hereafter receive it,
being
being
on the 5 points of fellowship
on the 5 points of fellowship.
devoted to no reason.
Can I rub that?
Above my breath.
All
All
this,
this
all this,
I do most solemnly and sincerely,
I do most sincerely and solemnly swear,
fixed and steady purpose,
fixed and steady purpose,
perform the same,
to perform the same,
without equivocation,
equivocation,
mental reservation,
reservation,
or stigmatization.
Yeah, it's pretty boring.
Mind and me,
Uh,
mind and me,
finding myself under no less
if you guys are bored of this, I can turn it off.
under no less penalty
than that of having
than that of having
my body severed in twain,
my body severed in twain.
Severed in twain.
my bowels taken
I think I always get the degrees mixed up.
and burned to ashes,
And burned to ashes.
Could have sworn that was a second degree.
And the ashes cast
to the 4 winds of heaven,
to the 4 winds of heaven,
no more remembrance
that no more remembrance
may be had of me
may be had
among men and masons forever.
among men and masons forever. So help me God,
And keep me steadfast
keep me steadfast
into observance of oath,
Volume's all the way up.
solemn obligation
my solemn obligation
as a master mason.
as a master mason.
Now, at your hand, on your head, in token of your sincerity, kiss the Holy Bible on which you've been obligated.
He pukes. No. Yeah.
Your work. Release the candidate from the being free time around his naked body is to signify that he is now bound certainly by a threefold tie. illusion of darkness. Senior warden assist me in bringing the candidate from darkness to see the light by which master masons work. First object to present to your legal team from darkness are the figure effects of Freemason as before, with this difference. Now observe the point of the compass, elevated above the square, which is the teaching that you are now about to receive all the light which can be conferred upon you in the lodge of master masons. And you're not to lose sight of this foundation, for which we are taught to circumscribe our desires. Keep our passions within the bounds with all mankind, particularly our brethren in Freemasonry. Acting master of this lodge, approach you from the east, under the regard and sign of Master Mason. Enter the apprentice masons as you have already been informed, and advance with their left foot. Bring your heel of the right to the hollow wall, your feet forming your right ankle. Fellow apprentice masons advance with their right foot. Bring your heel of the left to the hollow of the right. Master masons are taught to advance with the left. Bring the heel of the right to the heel of the left. The feet forming your This is the new guard. And this is the manner in which our hands are placed. And you take upon yourself the solemn obligations of Master Mason. And this is the sign. And this is the sign of that obligation of having a body so that we can continue the friendship of the and will listen to the pastor if we were in disagree. This I will delay for your benefit. Let us see you. I consider what you wish.
For the secret of Freemasonry, pertaining to the degree of Master Mason. Agreement. Report 1. First degree of Master Mason. As it is hard. I did not receive the Masonic order. I will celebrate you.
Again.
Nay.
Nay.
Bow. Two. Okay. Two bow.
With his right hand, two both came and Adam. The first certificate of metals. Your brother Owen, an account of you will find recorded in the fourth chapter of the book of Genesis.
He's gotta go change his diaper. I'm just joking. Wow. I'm just mimicking the static sound. Why does everybody think that's Harry? Yeah, so these Mason stuff are boring. Not a lot going on. You heard all the words. Anybody any questions on the words that were being spoken? Do I need to elaborate on anything, or it's okay to ask questions? Have we ever seen Harry and this dude in the same place, same time? That's a good joke. Okay, so it's pretty slow.
Right in the words.
It's all like a pretend courtroom or something. I mean, that's basically. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but if you don't, it's hard to explain. So I think they're taking him through all 3 degrees.
Master, you teach a candidate to wear a safe and pass a Master Mason.
Or maybe was he the, maybe I'm stoned. He might have just did the 3rd degree. I could have sworn that was the.
Masonic tradition includes the rebuilding of King Solomon's temple, the craft were designated by the manner in which they were directed, and their purpose was already known were there.
Oh, that guy just whisper or whatever. They have to pay money for it.
Master Mason were, as a mark of distinction, Master Mason were there. Master Mason as a
Yeah, so he took the 3rd degree. 2-ball cane.
You are now clothed as a Master Mason.
It's like a big play. This is why I didn't join. I'm not gonna do this shit. Makes you want a cigarette. This shit's so boring. Now he's circumambulating the altar. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. No, never mind. My bad. I guess I forgot to put a link out in case Harry's in the audience and he wants to come on. Yeah, I didn't even bother inviting anybody on Twitter because I don't think anybody's awake. Where's the... Ow. Why'd the guy hit that thing so loud? Trying to blow out my fucking eardrums. Yeah, this fucking video is slow as shit balls. Fucking that's it. Oh, you can find it on YouTube. It's all over YouTube. I thought you guys surfed YouTube. I mean, come on. Yeah, so now they're gonna spear a harpoon of fish. I mean, come on. What do you guys need to keep up here? Okay. Yeah, this shit's boring as hell. There's really not a lot going on. I mean, there's literally like 3 hours of this shit. Okay.
Give me the secrets of Master Mason.
This is no time or place to demand no secrets.
Don't talk to me at time or place. Give me the secrets
Don't
of
talk
Master
about my
Mason.
mama like
When the
that.
temple is completed, if found worthy, receive them lawfully as I have.
Give me the secrets of a Master Mason, or I will take your life.
I cannot.
Then die.
His escape. I think he's
Yeah.
I am glad to meet you thus alone. Give me the secrets of a master mason. This is no time or place to demand no secrets. Wait with patience till the temple's completed. Talk not to me of time, place, or patience. Give me the secrets of a master mason, or I will take your life. When the temple is completed, if found worthy, you'll receive them lawfully. Give me the secrets of a master mason, or I will take your life.
Nerd shit.
Demand no secrets. When the temple's completed.
Now you must roll 5d20 dice and
Die! Made his escape out at the east gate.
Right, Master Hierophant.
it's all you gotta remember the psychology.
Master Maester, I will take your life.
This is no time or place to demand no secrets.
Talk not to me about time, place, patience, or the completion of the temple. Give me the secrets of a Master Mason, or I will take your life.
You behooves you in this rude and violent man with us to demand no secrets. When the temple's completed, if found worthy, you'll then receive them lawfully as I have.
You have passed Jubal Jubalo. Me you cannot pass. My name is Jubalum, well known for my determination of character. What I undertake, that I do. Give me the secrets of a Master Mason instantly, for I will take your life.
I will not.
What? Still persist? Then die.
Ooh. Okay, so he's this is the
Well, use this
finishing up the
slaying the Grandmaster hired bill. Without
yeah, it's pretty lame.
we have searched.
This is no time for reflection. What shall we do with the body? Agreed.
That's a good joke. That's oh damn it! I got like 2 cigarettes left. I vowed to quit. Yeah, it's another well, I don't know what they're doing. It's all just a big play. It's much more easier to read. They're burying him or whatever. It's all psychological. The dude's blindfolded in the thing. He you know, I'm not planning on watching this whole thing. It's
Here's Paul
boring.
Review.
Uh
We're after the icing class, but the master states. No more the pageantry and pomp of power. No more the proud crest and hurrying to do as he
yeah, so eventually they're gonna be like blah blah blah
No
Mahabo.
more power, praise.
You asked for the secret word. Blah blah blah.
To Ethiopia, but not having able to obtain one, turned back in the country.
These must be the three of whom we're in search.
Jeez.
Yours having been recently removed and it having the appearance of a grave. We heard voices issuing from the cleft of the adjacent rocks, which we recognized.
So I mean, it varies country to country. Is she gonna give him the sign?
For like reasons before, the body cannot be thus raised. The flesh cleaves from the bone.
Yeah, there that word mekbanak, flesh from the bone of the hand.
Let us pray. Brethren, let us pray. Oh God, knowest our down sittings and our uprisings, and our understandest our thoughts afar off. Shield and defend us from the evil intentions of our enemies, and support us under the trials and afflictions which we are destined to endure while traveling through the vale of tears. Man that is born of woman is of few days and full of trouble. He cometh forth as a flower and is cut down. He fleeth as well as a shadow and continued not. Seeing that his days are determined, the number of his months is with thee, thou hast appointed his bounds that he cannot pass. Turn from him that he may rest till he shall accomplish his day. For there is hope of a tree, if it be cut down, that it will sprout again, and that the
Acacia
tender
tree.
plant therefore will not cease. But man dieth and wasteth away, yeah, man giveth up the ghost, and where is he? As the waters fail from the sea, and the flood decayeth and drieth up, so man lieth down, and riseth not up, till the heavens shall be no more. Yet, O Lord, have compassion on the children of thy creation, and minister them comfort in the time of trouble, and save them with everlasting salvation. Amen.
Counsel is good and timely. Nations should ever remember that when human strength and wisdom fail, we are divine assistance through the medium of prayer. My mind is now clear. And although the skin slips from the flesh and the flesh clings from the bone, there is no sure strength in the lion of the tribe of Judah. The body shall be raised in the 5 points of fellowship, and the first words spoken or uttered after the body is raised will be the substitute for ancient master's word into the future generations.
The guy who gives them the handshake is the symbol of Jesus. Bug. What does he give them the handshake? Yeah, there. And then the guy that's receiving the handshake is Lazarus or Osiris. Horus and Osiris, Jesus and Lazarus.
My brothers, the word, which in your obligation shall henceforth not to give in any other matter, in the name of tonight,
It's all symbolism.
Being on the 5 points of fellowship and devotion of life all above me. The 5 points of fellowship are foot to foot, knee to knee, breast to breast, hand to back, and line
Yeah,
to
it's pretty
line.
boring.
Foot to foot, denotes that you will not hesitate to go and foot out of your way to serve him in his holy destination. Knee to knee, bring your devotion to the living God. And you may well offer the brother Master Mason as your name. Breast to breast, that you will keep the secrets of the brother Master Mason as your That's it.
Blah 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 blah.
In Mason's law, as
Out.
the darker dies, that's where the chastity close to God. Of
Now you
Mason's
roll
soul, the less
4 dice to see
his mother,
your
and
defense
sister.
power and your toughness.
the past. You memorize your word.
Okay, I couldn't take any more. Everybody laughed because I was playing it. Yeah, the do have some other audios about the Scottish Rite B'nai B'rith. Where is it at? So I guess I'll start with this one. It's somewhat complicated. It's one of the researchers of what's his name, LaRouche.
Empire of Tsar Alexander II, with 2 Russian fleets being sent to American ports in 1863, with orders from the Tsar to join Lincoln in fighting against Britain and France should general war break out. Mazzini, Urquhart, and their assets will pull out all the stops to isolate Russia and blow up Eastern Europe. In the midst of these preparations, we have the emergence of young Israel, B'nai B'rith, as an ideal British weapon against both the United States and Russia, and also against other nations. Lord Palmerston's enthusiasm for Zionism was stimulated during the Middle East crisis of 1840.
Keep in mind this is a complicated subject and that don't view it as anti-Semitic. Listen to the historical facts. The whole Zionism thing. There's 2 Zionisms: British Israelism, which has to do with Aryan race, crown stuff, and then actual Hebrew people. And that this is a complicated subject.
When France backed a rebellious satrap of the Ottoman Sultan, the British found that while the French were the official protectors of the Roman Catholics in the Turkish Empire, and the Russians were the patrons of the Orthodox, the British had no group of Anglicans or Puritans to sponsor. The British turned their attention to Armenians and Jews. Palmerston ordered British diplomats to take Jewish communities under their protection. Lord Palmerston discovered that Britain was the natural guardian of the Jews. This gave the British a foot in the door in the Middle East and also in Russia, including Russian Poland, where 1/2 of world Jewry then resided. At this time, Palmerston's son-in-law, the Earl of Shaftesbury, wrote, "It may be safely asserted that the Jews contemplate a restoration to the soil of Palestine." Shaftesbury was talking through his hat. He admitted in his own report that many Jews would actually prefer a seat in the House of Commons in England to a seat under the vines and fig trees of Palestine. But the British resolve to force Jews to settle in Palestine was clear. The founder of Zionism in its modern British-sponsored form is not Theodor Herzl, as some say, but a certain Moses Hess. Hess is the man who converted Friedrich Engels to communism. Hess wrote parts of Marx's German ideology.
Illuminati.
In 1861, Hess will write Rome and Jerusalem, which attacks the great Moses Mendelssohn for the idea that Judaism is a religion and a culture. For Hess, Judaism is a race in the blood and soil sense of Mazzini. So now yet another of Palmerston's theme parks will open its doors. In the B'nai B'rith official authorized history, it says, B'nai B'rith's relationship to the Civil War presents something of a mystery. They say that the arrest of the B'nai B'rith's leader in Washington as a Confederate spy master was unfair. They say that no one can account for why the group was not pro-Union, when most Jews were pro-Union, and B'nai B'rith's lodges were almost all in the north. Indeed, Jewish soldiers in the Union Army were intensely proud, mostly German immigrant anti-slavery Republicans. To solve the mystery, we go back 20 years before the start of the American Civil War. British Foreign Minister Palmerston launched Zionism in 1840. He wrote that the Jews desired to return to Palestine. Abba Eban points out that the Jews knew nothing about this. And a month later, the British landed troops in Palestine for the first time. B'nai B'rith was started officially in 1843 by some obscure Freemasons in New York to be a secret society like Freemasonry for Jews. B'nai B'rith was to shape and lead a particular political faction with a particular agenda within the Jewish community. The agenda for this project came out in a famous speech given 2 years later at South Carolina College. The speaker was Edwin de Leon, from a Jewish family in South Carolina that was already notorious for its involvement in the slave trade and in Scottish Rite Freemasonry. De Leon was later a leader of the Confederate Secret Service. De Leon praised his teacher at the school, Thomas Cooper, an English atheist and Lord Shelburne's adventurer, who had first proposed that the South should secede from the Union. De Leon hailed Cooper as a tender-hearted religious heretic and an earnest disciple of the school of Bentham and Malthus. De Leon said, "There is a young Germany, a young France, and a young England, and why not a young America?" He told the students, "Any great civil convulsion comes from a source that is unexpected and obscure. In the French Revolution," he said, "the priests and nobles were only the flax with which the flame was kindled, but those who first applied the spark
Illuminati.
were the obscure savants of the Enlightenment." De Leon reminded the students that the actors in that drama were only its creatures, not its creators.
Make sure you know that this is about Illuminati. Do not distort it into some kind of anti-Semitism.
He then proposed revolutionary military action as the idea for his Young America, to spread what he called freedom
by force. The Young America idea first bore its bitter fruit when U.S. President James Polk ordered American troops to invade Mexico. Young Congressman Abraham Lincoln exposed the president as a fraud, and Lincoln denounced the Mexican War as a slave owners' conspiracy that would wreck our country. Lincoln was driven out of politics until 12 years later. This British project matured in the middle 1850s, and its active focus shifted to the West. There were two important partners out there. Isaac M. Wise, B'nai B'rith Midwest leader based in Cincinnati, and Killian H. Van Rensselaer, a British military operative and Scottish Rite Mason Northern leader, also based in Cincinnati.
Keep in mind the stuff that JJ says about the Cincinnati Society as well.
Between 1854 and 1860, they spread a pro-slavery secessionist terrorist group along this route, the Knights of the Golden Circle. Wise's B'nai B'rith organization spread southward along the identical route. Their plan was to spread slavery into Latin America and the U.S. West, and to break up the USA into several small countries. In Louisiana, United States Senator Judah Benjamin and Scottish Rite Southern Mason leader Albert Pike worked together on this terrorist secession project. There is a bust of Albert Pike in New Orleans, celebrating his work in that pre-war southern base for the Scottish Rite, the Knights, and the B'nai B'rith. Judah Benjamin's relative, his uncle's brother Manny, had earlier written the Masonic Order creating the Scottish Rite organization, in which the Scottish Rite Northern organization, in which Wise and Van Rensselaer were now leaders. This order was written by Judah Benjamin's uncle's brother Manny. To start the Civil War, this pre-organized anti-Union terrorist force would strike for secession in the South. Those who stayed in the North during the war would be known as Copperheads, with headquarters in Ohio. Before the war, Isaac Wise had two B'nai B'rith
Cincinnati, Ohio.
in Cleveland, Simon Wolfe and Benjamin F. Paik-Soto. Wolfe and Paik-Soto also worked as political agents for Democratic Party boss August Belmont, the United States representative of the Rothschild banks, chief moneybags to the British Crown and British puppets. Banker Belmont paid for the Knights of the Golden Circle and Young America projects, which he helped plan while he was U.S. ambassador to the Netherlands. Benjamin Paik-Soto was editor of the Cleveland Plain Dealer, a violently pro-Copperhead newspaper that furious citizens forced to shut down during the war. Wolfe and Paik-Soto ran a Hebrew amateur acting group, which included their non-Hebrew friend, John Wilkes Booth. The war started in 1861. Simon Wolfe went to Washington as the B'nai B'rith representative in the national capital. In Washington, Wolfe joined Albert Pike's Southern Scottish Rite and Judah Benjamin's Confederate Secret Service operations. Wolfe was almost immediately arrested by U.S. Army Counterintelligence Director Lafayette Baker, who worked directly for President Abraham Lincoln and for Lincoln's Secretary of War, Edwin M. Stanton. The B'nai B'rith was understood to be a Confederate intelligence front. Their official history says the cruel and ruthless Colonel Baker had Simon Wolfe arrested, quote, solely because he was a member of B'nai B'rith, unquote. At the time, they say, Wolfe was defending several Southern Jews arrested in Washington and charged with being Confederate spies. Meanwhile, in Cincinnati, Isaac Wise's cohort, Julius Ox, got in trouble when his wife Bertha was arrested for smuggling drugs to the Confederate Army in her son's baby carriage. Later, Julius and Bertha Ox's son, the white supremacist Adolph Ox, you can see on the right, married Isaac Wise's daughter, that's to his right, and then bought the New York Times. Their daughter is here seen marrying Arthur Sulzberger. The U.S. Navy won an 1862 Mississippi River battle, and the U.S. Army took Memphis, Tennessee. Isaac Wise's Memphis B'nai B'rith agent, the British-born Abraham E. Frankland, was arrested and admitted being a Confederate spymaster. Julius Ox sent him supplies in jail the same day, and Frankland was released on a $20,000 bond. We'll hear more of this degenerate Frankland shortly. The next year, B'nai B'rith leader Isaac Wise was nominated at an Ohio convention to run for state senator on the radical anti-union Copperhead election ticket. Wise's running mate for Ohio governor was Clement Vallandigham, then in exile in Canada, whom President Lincoln had banished from the country as America's leading traitor. The B'nai B'rith's leader's candidacy caused a crisis and a newspaper scandal. The Cincinnati Jewish community was overwhelmingly pro-union. His own synagogue issued a formal demand for him to withdraw that forced Wise off the ticket. At the close of the war, on April 14, 1865, John Wilkes Booth shot President Abraham Lincoln, while another man simultaneously attacked Secretary of State William Seward. Lincoln died the next day. Here are some basic facts of the murder. Some months before he shot Lincoln, John Wilkes Booth deposited funds in the Montreal Canada Bank regularly used by the operatives of Confederate Secret Service head Judah Benjamin. John Surratt, a regular Judah Benjamin agent, confessed to plotting with Booth to abduct Lincoln and admitted to using that Montreal bank for Benjamin's funds. In the museum that they keep at the assassination site at Ford's Theater, the National Park Service displays a coding sheet, a decoding sheet, found by police in John Wilkes Booth's trunk. They display alongside it a matching coding device which was found in the office of Judah Benjamin. At the time John Wilkes Booth shot President Lincoln, Booth's old acquaintance, Benjamin Paix-Soto, was international president of the B'nai B'rith. Only hours before going to Ford's Theater to shoot the president, Booth met with his old friend, B'nai B'rith Washington chief Simon Wolfe, for a confidential discussion over some drinks at the Willard Hotel. Simon Wolfe later claimed that at this meeting, Booth told him about a woman who had turned down Booth's marriage proposal. That evening, Booth murdered Abraham Lincoln, and Wolfe attributed the killing to Booth's anguish over his broken heart. So the lone assassin story of John Hinckley and Jodie Foster is an old story. Simon Wolfe was later a prime founder of the Anti-Defamation League. After the war, the Ku Klux Klan was started up in Tennessee to stop newly freed blacks from voting. With their occult satanic rituals and costumes, the KKK burned and tortured blacks and pro-USA whites. The Klan's national headquarters was Memphis, where KKK leaders Albert Pike and Nathan Bedford Forrest lived and attended lodge together. Memphis B'nai B'rith leader Abraham Frankland was an intimate friend of Albert Pike. Frankland had been in the Pike-Benjamin spy apparatus and wrote a blistering attack against the U.S. attempt to reconstruct the South under equal rights. Frankland now stayed on to aid Pike in his post-war satanic task. A notebook of Frankland's Kabbalistic researches, which is kept in the American Jewish Archives in Cincinnati, is a compendium of espionage ciphers, black magic symbols, Masonic ritual, and pagan religion. In his preface, Frankland acknowledges aid to his religious research by Albert Gallatin Mackey, Grand Secretary of the Scottish Rite, and the book Lohar on the Sephiroth, kindly loaned to me by General Albert Pike. KKK boss Pike was simultaneously working on his satanic masterpiece, Morals and Dogma, published in 1871. In his Kabbalistic researches, Frankland lists assorted gods passed down by tradition from ancient times, including 4 of the 13 great gods of Assyria: Assur, San, Bar, and Yav, plus the god Bel. Mackey writes that Frankland's god Bel is a form of Baal and was worshipped by the Babylonians as their chief deity. This is, of course, the false god which the Old Testament Jewish prophets warn the people against. Mackey says that since 1871, the Royal Arch Masonic system has combined Bel with Jah for Jehovah and On for the Egyptian sun god into Jah Bel On as an explanation for God. The Hebrew menorah, blasphemously used in the Royal Arch Masonic ritual, is displayed in the Alexandria, Virginia Masonic Temple. Other pages of Frankland's notebook contain cipher and private cipher, philosophical and hermetic alphabet, cipher of the Rose Cross, and 10 Kabbalistic spheres. In his Morals and Dogma, KKK boss Albert Pike celebrates the collaboration between these 2 Memphis Masonic chiefs, Pike and Frankland, at the height of the bloodiest assassination wave in U.S. history. Pike says, "One is filled with admiration on penetrating into the sanctuary of the Kabbalah, at seeing a doctrine so logical, so simple, and at the same time so absolute, a philosophy summed up by counting on one's fingers. 10 ciphers and 22 letters. A triangle, a square, and a circle. These are all the elements of the Kabbalah. So, as their Ku Klux Klan murdered its way to power, Albert Pike appointed Abraham Frankland the head of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry for the state of Tennessee, and an emeritus member of the Supreme Council. Simultaneously, Isaac Wise appointed Abraham Frankland the president of the B'nai B'rith district for Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Arkansas. At the beginning of this century, Isaac Wise's grandson, Adolph Ox, the owner of the New York Times, wrote a series of editorials attacking black voting rights in those southern states. This vicious editorial campaign helped swing the North behind the new anti-black Jim Crow laws which were then being written, which finally reversed rights gained by Union blood during the Civil War. The Ox-Sulzberger family, a great power in the B'nai B'rith, has remained in control of the New York Times ever since.
Yeah. So he went over some topics that definitely detrimental to the Illuminati conspiracy, part of the structure of the Illuminists of Scottish Rite, B'nai B'rith, etc. And that I do believe that the South was connected to Britain, which he also implies, well, he says, and that the British Israelism, Aryan race shit is definitely connected to the Scottish Rite, B'nai B'rith, and KKK, and that maybe I got one more clip. Keep in mind, do not what was I gonna say?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I have heard of the B'nai B'rith in relationship to Freemasonry and also the ADL. And can you tell me exactly what is B'nai B'rith?
Yes. B'nai B'rith, which is, the words mean sons of the covenant. It's Hebrew words.
Remember the British New Covenant that Billary put us in? I would doubt that Billary is probably KKK and
B'nai B'rith was
Scottish
set up
Rite.
allegedly in 1843 in New York City by approximately 12 obscure Freemasons. The B'nai B'rith was quickly centered actually in Cincinnati in the 1850s. And its virtual sole preoccupation was a very small organization. By the time of the Civil War, it had about between 1,000 and 1,500 members in America. Its preoccupation was to build up the party that was trying to break up the United States. They ran various southern and northern, which were called Copperhead, political operations. And we've written a lot about this. I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail on that. But these people, even though most of the Jewish people in America were living in the North, especially after immigrants came in from Germany, and most of the Jewish people in the Civil War were pro-Union, the B'nai B'rith was entirely pro-Confederate. And many of its leaders were arrested by the United States as Confederate spies during the American Civil War, including the head of the B'nai B'rith operation in Washington, D.C., Simon Wolfe. He was arrested almost immediately upon coming to Washington by the head of Lincoln's Secret Service. Later on, he was a close friend of John Wilkes Booth, and the day that Lincoln was assassinated, he went drinking with John Wilkes Booth, and they supposedly talked about John Wilkes Booth's personal problems, and a few hours later, Wilkes Booth killed Lincoln. This is a part of the in Freemasonry, the British faction in politics, and they're allied to other British operators. So you can't understand this without, again, going back to this question of Great Britain. Remember that we had a revolution against England, and then a generation later, that was in 1776. In 1812, we had another war against England, the Second War of Independence. They wanted to take the country back. We beat them in that war. Then there was a civil war later on, 1861, and the British supplied guns to the South. They wanted to break up the United States. They didn't want to have any free countries anywhere. They didn't want to have any strong nations anywhere. So they whipped up the Southerners to fight against the United States. They lost that. They didn't give up. They still had, in fact, they had more and more power as an empire. And they have these factions. Now, I was talking earlier about their faction among the Jews. The Jewish religion is a survival from ancient times. There's various complications to it, but it's essentially identified with the Old Testament. Well, these people are not religious. The B'nai B'rith is a social organization, a political organization, and the basis of the B'nai B'rith is a political manipulation of race. They have a committee called the Anti-Defamation League. That's a committee of this B'nai B'rith. In the 20th century, when this Anti-Defamation League has existed, they have specialized in saying in public that certain people were anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic. And they're very selective about this because they didn't participate during the time that Hitler was the dictator of Germany. They didn't participate in the movement against Hitler. They also participated in the Ku Klux Klan. They also blackmailed J. Edgar Hoover, who had certain sexual problems and certain personal problems. Gay Edgar Hoover. And you'll find that the gangsters who make up, I'll give you an example of one of these guys, Morris Dalitz, D-A-L-I-T-Z, got the award from the B'nai B'rith, from the Anti-Defamation League. They call it the Torch of Liberty Award because he gave him a lot of money. But also because he's an owner of Hollywood Productions. He is he's the main corporate owner for Meyer Lansky in Las Vegas. He is one of the 5 or 6 chiefs of organized crime in America. There are other people like Kenneth Bialk and others. Organized crime of the Meyer Lansky faction, that is Jewish organized crime, is represented in the political world by this Anti-Defamation League. Now, what is their religion? See, this is where you get down to the brass tacks of the thing. In New York City,
The Masons and B'nai B'rith do not practice any religion except the mystery religion.
they had a chancellor of schools recently driven out of office by the voters and the parents because he was promoting something called the Rainbow Curriculum. Sounds vaguely like Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition, right? Good liberal mishmash, right? Well, this Rainbow Curriculum promoted the idea that the children should be taught to be comfortable with homosexuals, with adult homosexuals. And the parents thought this was not a good idea. A lot of the people promoting that were members of the North American Man-Boy Love Association, who were pederasts. The Anti-Defamation League fought for that curriculum, helped to produce that curriculum, and fought against the people who didn't like it, including Jews, Christians, and others in New York City. Now, what's the religious basis for them doing that? Well, you have to understand what they represent. In the real world, they represent what I've been talking about tonight. These are thugs representing this traditional party of criminal activities associated with the British Empire. You've had this throughout time immemorial. You've had people who are associated with crime and who would say that they have something to do with religion, but they represent something different than that. You cannot understand these things without studying their history, and you have to ask the certain theological and other questions about them, certainly, but you have to see what they do in the real world. And they are the party of organized crime in the United States. Yes, in the back.
Yeah, so you see that he's talking about the British, that the British are heavily involved, and that the organization of Masonry and subsidiary organizations such as mafia groups are heavily involved in anti-American conspiracy. Uh, and that well, it's a sticky situation because I definitely believe it's connected to the British Israelism and the Aryan race stuff, and that nobody's talking about this. Nobody. Uh, and if they are, they're probably conflating it and turning it into some type of anti-Semitism. Because they don't understand it. They don't understand it. Yeah, it's very complex. Oh, this chair. It's like wonky. Fucking wonky chair. It's definitely a very complex situation because the mystery schools are teaching the new religion in various forms. And the crown has something weird going on. The crown hates America. The crown will do anything to destroy America. I got some hand rolled American Spirit. Oh. Yeah, what was I gonna say? The Masonic conspiracy is very elaborate. It's full of twists and turns. I mean, I could bust some books out or some Albert Pike or something. Because showing all these slides at infinitum. Well, I guess I could put a link on if anybody wants to come on and ask a question or something. Anybody got any questions? Questions? Let's see some motherfucking questions. Yeah, let's see, I think Raji is the British dude. I can't remember. Pretty sure. Let's see here. So let me bust out a book or something. Where's I could reference a few Masonic slides. I don't know. Let's see. A. Wait, so yeah, the Knights of the Golden Circle. Excuse me. Let's see. He was discussing them. It's definitely relevant. The yeah, the Illuminati wanted to destroy all religions. they wanted to take away private property. This is some Knights of the Golden Circle people right here. They wanted to take away private property. They want to do a whole bunch of stuff that was just, despicable. Let's see. Oh, this is all law stuff. Okay, so who's a Freemason? What is a Freemason? Here's the Phantom's rings, the Masonic ring. I'm pretty sure that's from what is that movie called? League of Extraordinary Gentlemen or something. So they're Masons. He's a Mason. Well, yeah, this is not relevant. Is this? Oh, I'm not even in the Masonic section. Hold on here. I'm still in the L section. Okay. Nope. It's okay. Okay. I'm almost to the Masonic section here. Okay. This is taking too long. Okay. Wait. Well, these are pictures of the third degree, which has been practiced since ancient times. Let's see here. So this isn't relevant, but it's Jordan Maxwell with what's his name? George Lucas. No, what's his name? I'm still on the L section. Okay, I should be getting close to the Masonic section. Incarnation. What the fuck? MAI. Okay. Keep going. Okay. Yeah, so here we are. Was that the 15th degree? There's a lot of old trestle boards and such that show the symbolisms, but it's all more or less relevant to the main conspiracy. So this is interesting. This is from Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. The secret dignitaries gave the title of superiores incogniti, or unknown superiors, many Masonic writers suspecting that Jesuitism was at the bottom of all Masonry of that day asserted that SI, the initials of superior incogniti, meant really Societas Jesus, or the Society of Jesus, or the Jesuits. But I would say that it's Illuminism. Illuminism. This is in Egypt on the. I should have Grok enhanced this picture. This is in Egypt during 1999. Jay-Z in a Masonic lodge. Or maybe it's just somebody that looks like Jay-Z. Yeah. I would assume it's irrelevant. The real evidence is in the quotes. This is a grave. Some of the Illuminists have graves with swastikas in England, and they're also British Israelist Aryanists. Uh, let's see. There's why did I have that picture? I'm pretty sure that I guess he's not wearing a ring. Let's see. So if you notice the birds holding the wavy sword. Uh, 32 feathers. 32 and 33 is 65. 65. Let's see here. So each of the pagan gods had, besides the public, an open, secret war to which none were admitted but those who had been selected by preparatory ceremonies called initiation. The secret worship was termed the mysteries. Uh, I gotta read all that. This is an old one from the founding of our country. Here's the P2 Lodge propaganda duo. See what they're doing. See what they're wearing. KKK shit. Uh, propaganda duo. No doubt that fucking oh, I already got a joint broke up. No doubt that the Masonic conspiracy is connected to the lodge of the Klan, connected to the Masonic conspiracy made B'nai B'rith parades around like it's out to help Hebrew people, but actually doesn't. Uh, that this thing with all these anti-Semites, they don't understand the big picture. They don't understand Illuminati. They all want to deny Illuminati. They want to deny the Illuminati conspiracy. They don't understand, I mean, I'm sure if you gave them all the evidence and they actually looked at it, they'd probably understand it. But, it's a lot of work to learn about these people, to learn about what they believe, how their system works, what their goals are. That's the most important thing, not necessarily who they are. You'll see all the initiates pushing the goals of internationalists, international world government, their socialist type of rule. They're all an argument of, well, I don't know. This whole thing is, it's a literal conspiracy, a criminal conspiracy of organized mafioso and people who have given their citizenship to a world country, to a world thing. What's that term for that? A world citizen. Remember what Weishaupt said? How he wanted people to be world citizens. Who the fuck is that dude? It's like some little Chinese dude or something there. What is that cross? Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, so the P2 Lodge, still operating in Italy to this day, 100%. It's been in the newspapers. They're calling it P3 and stuff, but there is a P3 and stuff, but the P3 is known very little about. There's a Masonic ring, the Rosicrucianism, the White Rose. All these high muckety mucks are all irrelevant. There's a subdivision. Okay, so here's the Pigpen cipher of them warning about uh, Captain Morgan. The Masonic penalties on candidates, duly and truly prepared. It says. See there in the background, the guy's head is on a pole, the top of a church. Uh, the Notice here it says Freemasonry, blah blah blah. The key to the Phi Beta Kappa, the Orange Society, and the Odd Fellows. That's the cover of the book. I brought the book up before the whole book. Remember, in hoc signi, in the sign they conquer. What sign? The sign of the skull and bones. There's some first the dude does that, the other dude does that. This dude grabs his earlobe. Response. See, there's different grips. You know, what's the difference? What's the difference between a cult and a religion? What's the difference between a religion and a political movement? Because this is all one. These are all the same thing. This is all the same thing. The front and the back, skull and bones. Ooh. Wisdom was Mercury, strength Mars, and beauty Venus. I can't remember. This looks like it's backwards. No, I guess it's not backwards. Yeah, so I can't remember what letter that is. The unknown superiors under Baron von Hund established a system or rite of strict observance. He declared that the order was directed by certain masons of superior rank, whose names as well as their designs were to be kept secret from all the brethren of the lower degrees. Secret. Notice the what is that? I can't tell what's behind that right there. So it doesn't look like an X. Maybe it is. Fuck, I never noticed that. Oh wait, it's upside down triangle. I'm retarded. Yeah, see some of the rings have right side up triangles. What the fuck is that? See right there, right side up triangle. There's an upside down. Two orders. Here you see the the sun, the moon, and Sirius, the all-seeing eye. The path to Sirius, the path to God. Uh, let's see. So, yeah, it's talking about the symbolisms after when they write words, they'll cut the word down into one letter, and then they'll put 3 dots after it. So when they write Master Mason, they write an M with 3 dots, and then another M with 3 dots. Or if they write Junior Warden, they write a J, 3 dots, and a W, 3 dots. Let's see. Or if they, it's et cetera, et cetera. Or perhaps even to the, well, usually some Klansmen, there you can clearly identify Albert Pike. There you can see his name under Chief Judicial Officer. Notice the second name, J.R. Crow, as in Jim Crow, the racist. So he was friends with Albert Pike. Captain John Lester, General Albert Pike, Hardy, Calvin Jones, Ryan Randolph. This is just discussing the Pike letter and the Black Mass and all this stuff, but it's relevant. But I gotta find this other book that's from 1890 something to make it more relevant, so that people, the whole Taxel hoax was a hoax of a hoax, or it was a cover up. It was a intelligence psyop. They put out a fake Taxel hoax. Taxel was probably a Mason. They put out fanaticism to cover up the real secret, so they could hide behind the fanaticism. When everybody claimed that they were worshiping the devil, they could deny it. They only worship themselves, uh, which is maybe not all of them, but that's a long story. There's an old apron, skull and crossbones. Notice the upside down star. Samael. There's the pharaohs of Egypt with their Masonic aprons. Bel, contraction of Baal, chief deity of Babylon. The Greeks and Romans so considered and translated the word by Zeus and Jupiter. So Zeus, or Deus. It has, with Ja and An, been introduced into the Royal Arch system as representative of the Tetragrammaton, which it and the accompanying words have sometimes ignorantly been made to displace. At the session of the General Chapter of the United States, 1871, this error was corrected, and while the Tetragrammaton was declared to be the true omnific word, the other 3 were permitted to be retained as merely explanatory. It's from, what's his name? The Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Mackey. Sun and the triangle. Sun, triangle. There's the queen with her Mason friend. Just a few Masons and a skull and bones guy hanging out. Nothing weird there. This is pretty interesting. Let's see. Yeah, there's Roberto Kelvy. That's the guy from Jaws. Here's the Order of the Chamber of the Perfect Master. Notice the 9-pointed star. Was that a del F? I think D. Pretty sure delta. The candidate. Excuse me. Yeah, so the degrees and stuff go on and on and on. Blah, blah. I'm sure there's quite more than just what meets the eye. But most of the people who are involved are just misled regular people. There are no demon worshippers or something like that. It's just all, it's all a bunch of bullshit. It's this is from Scotland. The Day Osiris, seal used by the priests of Isis in their solemnities. The figure of a man kneeling with his hands bound and a knife. It's a symbol of initiation. Notice the ancient writing that's. So the knighthoods existed in ancient times. These are some cities built by Masons. Well, that one wasn't, but what was it? Delhi. So here's one of the cubes, or I forget what they'll be called. Well, yeah, it's got it right here. But see, this is relevant because in the ancient stuff, you'll see depictions just like this. The just like this. Well, no, that AOC lady does not have any facts that would allow her to even fathom such a thing. But so see the axe into the block. It's a symbol. Churchward shows it in his book, Primordial Man, and in the book Arcana of Freemasonry, going back to ancient times, very ancient. That these ancient symbols are relevant because Freemasonry is very ancient. But Illuminism is, I almost said Illuminism. Illuminism is not very ancient. Or if it is, it's not part of, I mean, in its original form, it might have been real Illuminism. What is this? Blah, blah. Fatal stumbling block of idolatry. Yeah, so Walt Disney, he was an international demolay, which is the 5-pointed Maltese cross. Let's see, Memento Mori from Pompeii, 30 BC to 14 AD, roughly. You see the tools of the Master Mason, the whatchamacallit, I forget what the hell that's called, the stone. The Memento Mori, the wheel. Let's see. Yes, there's the Masons. There's some different orders. There's the Duke of Kent doing a Masonic handshake, proudly in front of a Masonic thing. Notice the symbol. The symbol is very relevant. I've discussed symbol. Yeah, there's a bug. Oh, got him. The symbol is relevant. Damn, I gotta take a leak real quick. I'm gonna put on a video for a second. Let's see. Oh, don't I have a video here? Okay, so I'm gonna put on a spooky video for a second. It's a ghost video.
Here's that ore chute again. I gotta get past this chute. Wow, crazy. And then you can see how big these timbers are. That's about almost a foot in diameter, the big cross timber. So they had to put big ones in here to hold up all of this rock. And you can see right here where some of these boards are bending. Do you hear that? Sounds like is that wind? I don't know if you can hear that on the camera. Do you hear that? It stopped. Wow. Wow. I don't know what that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but that's crazy. Don't know if that's a bird or I don't know what that is. It almost sounds like snakes, but I've heard some weird stuff in mines, but that is definitely creepy. I don't know what that is. So let's get out of here and that was weird. I don't hear it.
Oh shit, my bad. Alright, sorry, I had to turn on the house fan, turn the AC up. Okay, yeah, I stole a cigarette from my girlfriend. Okay, I'm only stealing one. Okay, so the symbol and the relevance of the symbol. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. You'll find it on the altars of the Masonic lodges. It's a symbol of the, pretty sure it's another symbol of the two-balled cane. Okay. Let me just roll up a cigarette here. Okay, I'm gonna do 2 small cigarettes. Okay, so the it's interesting because you'll find this symbol, another symbol that's very similar is the is that Jupiter, I think. Pretty sure it's Jupiter, but the The symbol's used in the End of Days movie when Arnold Schwarzenegger checks the house of the guy that had no tongue, which is a degree of Freemasonry. is right above the door. Rewatch the movie, you'll see it right above the door when he walks. He walks right under it. The you see the symbolism. What is that to the east? I think. Well, the symbolism's all irrelevant. Yeah. So this is an interesting symbol because you'll find it all around the world. Ancient Native Americans used it. King of Salam, King of Peace, the Octa Alpha, or Eightfold Endless Triangle, which being a geometric figure composed of lines continually reproduced to infinity by right angles, horizontals, perpendiculars, and diagonals. It's hailed by the ancient brethren among all nations as a symbol of the divine omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. Very interesting. That's definitely not Saturn. So here's what was this? This wasn't Mackey. This is one of the other writers. The derivation of Mason. The etymology of the words Mason and Masonry have afforded Masonic writers an ample opportunity of exhibiting their research and ingenuity. Some have derived them from the Persian Magi or disciples of Zoroaster, while Hutchinson offers the conjecture that they are corrupted from the Greek mystery when initiated to the ancient mysteries. He seems to think that Mason was probably came from blank blank. I seek what is safe. Masonry from I am in the midst of heaven, or from the Hebrew Greek. I don't know what that says. Midst of heaven. One of the constellations of the zodiac. Well, now I'm gonna have to see what that says. Oh, god damn it. Okay, it should only take a second. Uno momento, por favor. It's my pirate Spanish. Oh, your cigarettes are strong. Ugh. Okay, so the first one, I am in the midst of heaven, is the top one up here. And then the other one is Mazaroth, referring to one of the constellations Zodiac. Which constellation? I remember Mazaroth. Hmm. Okay, so then it says, blah blah, in the European magazine, 1792, February, who signs himself George Drake, attributing to Masonry a Druidical origin, derives Mason from what he calls Mays on, or men of May, being men as French on Deet and Mays on R, therefore the Druids, whose principal celebrations were in the month of May. Lastly, we may add as the curious coincidence at least that the Hebrew something masang or mason signifies a stone or quarry. All these suggestions, however, seem to be more fanciful and well. See, it actually comes from Ma Sen, which means blood tie. It's Egyptian. Uh, yeah, well, this is somebody's thing from France, the Grand Orient. You see the different degrees and so on. Here are the different orders. So that's right in the pig pen right there. What does it say? Well, it's irrelevant right now. You see their graves, pyramids. It's Eugene Lewis. I'm pretty sure he had to do with the Jehovah's Witnesses or something. You see their symbols and the symbol of the Jehovah's Witnesses, the cross and the crown, the hand of the mysteries drawn up by Hall. Let's see. There's the two lines with the circle, two-ball cane. There's an actor with a Masonic ring. I think it's Aliens or something, or I don't remember what movie that is. Richard Pryor, 33rd. Masonic Disney coins. Actors with Mason rings. See all the Masons, they're all just the outer. They're not part of the inner core. This is an old movie. It's got a Freemason sign in the background. Lord of the Rings, or Lord of the Masonic Ring. There's a movie, an actor with a Masonic ring. The Shriners emblem. Lady Gaga, I think. Masonic rings and stuff. Marilyn Manson, Master Mason, sitting in a Master Mason's chair, wearing a Masonic ring. The Demolay and Mickey Mouse. See, this isn't necessarily Masonic, but I couldn't figure out why Michael Jackson had all these things here. Yeah, I'm assuming he like got them from the Crown or something, or maybe he just bought them to try to look like he was blinging out. I think that's what he was doing. He was just buying them to bling out. Here's Tom Hanks doing a Masonic pose. Marilyn Manson and his rings. Masonic rings. Masonic rings. Masonic poses. Shaq as a Mason. What's his name? As a Mason. American Idol or whatever it's called. Masonic ring. What movie is that? Masonic ring. See, I can't confirm that that's a Masonic ring. It looks more like a Vatican ring. You got a Masonic pendant. Chinese Freemasonry Hongman Society. If you look at the map, north to south of the obelisk and the House of the Temple, you'll see that they line up. The House of the Temple is a model after a famous mausoleum. The Fiat Lux, thus the light, I think is what it means. Uh, Ordo Abkeo. Notice the swastikas around it. Swastikas all around it. Swastikas all around it. Many people don't notice that. Is it just a design? Or is it a bunch of swastikas? I mean, you decide. If it quacks like a duck and it barks like a duck, or wait, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Those are fucking swastikas. Uh, the yeah, some of the great thinkers, the two kings, uh, red and blue. See a lot of red and blue prevalence in movies. You can see the serpents in the background, the door with the eight-sided cross. Uh, the serpents, the double-headed eagle. Ron Paul possibly doing a Masonic handshake. Notice the one white bird, one black bird. Kind of like, I'm not gonna get into all that, but the let's just talk about the oaths. There's the French taking the oath. Someone's being initiated. Notice the skull and crossbones, where the initiate would lay. The sprig of acacia, the compass, the master mason sitting in the east. The head of the initiate pointed to the west. The Ouroboros. Here it is again. The initiate. Jabelan. The 0.5, or the, I can't remember what the hell that's called. The, here's the Masons celebrating, the year 2000. See, the original names of Jachin and Boaz were Judah and Benjamin. Right here, this is the Masonic Encyclopedia. See, it's a very long story. This is French stuff. The French stuff's irrelevant. So here's the keystone, the white keystone, the white stone. What does it say? Order of the Eastern Star. Or wait, no, that's A. What is that? Looks like an OEA. Order of the East. Something. I can't tell what those initials are. Maybe it's an F. The Fraternal Order of, no. Well, it's irrelevant. The stone the builders refused. Well, no, that's not this. That's actually the pyramid stone. But this is the stone that they say that the guy from Revelations finds. Hiram of Tyre, the widow's son, something something King Solomon. Damn it, what the fuck are those two letters? Hiram of Tyre, the widow's son, something. I always forget those two. Harem of Tyre the widow's son, something of King Solomon. Yeah. Oh, where'd my? Why am I getting bad reception here? Notice the yod in the center, the star, Master Mason's handshake, or the is that? I'm pretty sure that's lion's grip. The ladder, the 7 steps of Virgo, Margiana. So a lot of this stuff I've went over before quite a bit. See, this is all symbolism right here. Furthermore, it was set by marks set permanently near a building called landmarks, from which triangulation would reveal the position of the cornerstones. The guild mason was able to rebuild any edifice which had been destroyed if it had originally been built by the fraternity. The landmarks must therefore never be changed, for the slightest change would throw all the calculations out, and the square could not be applied correctly. Notice how they're emphasizing the word square because they're not talking about real squares. It is somewhat amusing to review the authorities as to what are the ancient landmarks, which should never be changed. Some can cite 2 to 3 dozen. Some limit the number to less than a dozen, and others frankly proclaim their ignorance of what they are, save immemorial usage. So, talking about the symbolism of, I forget what this one means. Talking about the symbolism of the ancient symbols and the stories. H.A. Haram Biff, H.A.B. Builder, build. Nah, I can't remember. Haram Biff. Yeah, this is Statue of Liberty. Let's see. What is that? That's what the Lodge of Adoption that Pike seemed to be involved in France. Lodges of Adoption. It seemed like they were running a whorehouse. That's what I believe what was going on. Something similar to Crowley's Satanism. They were all having sexual relations with the priest. That's from Thunderdome. Here's the notice the Aramaic word halal. Ashbaz, this Mahabone, Mahers. I forget what this letter stand for. Well, anyways, there's Kramer at the top of the Scottish Rite. There's another. No, that's not Indiana Jones. That's Masonic coin. That needs to be next to the Disney coin. So you gotta get all these in order and stuff. There's Christopher Walken. Notice the skull in the center. The Saturn with the Virgin, Virgo with the sprig of acacia, the weeping goddess Isis weeping over the pillar where her Osiris dwells in the book, the Bible, the Biblos, as in the Temple of Byblos, where the tree that washed upon the shore and the pillar was cut. When that was weird. I swear I just heard a noise coming from my headphones. That's weird. So like a chair move or something. Yeah, so this depiction is very prevalent. The goddess Isis weeping was in the background. Two kings. Her hair being held by Saturn. Sprig of acacia, the symbol of the Masons. This is from a movie. What is this? Ghosts. I can't remember which movie that is. Here's what is that? John Travolta, I think. Here's the what was that? Mozart's Magic Flute. They say he was killed over this play. This let's see, Let There Be Light. Here's what was this national conference? Bunch of 33rd degree Masons, bunch of York Rite Masons. Notice the sky. Then they turn it off and it's all stars. Notice the pillars. It has zodiac signs on them. Because the lodge represents the universe. Remember that. That's what it represents. Solomon's temple is the universe. This is talking about Mason stuff with an old tribe in America. I'm not gonna get into that. So yeah, an oath of the Shriners in the Masons, talking about a spear in their head. There's the same oath from a different book. This is from the Light of Masonry, and then this is from Shriner's book. A three-edged blade, three edges. Very strange. Because I remember Kane B was talking about a four-edged blade on some kind, one of those what was that called, that Idaho Ford case that he always talks about. Where the fuck has he been? Let's see if we can nah, he's probably sleeping. Some unanalyzable encryption from the Masonic stuff. There's Oblamatron's hand with the Masonry. The Great Seal from Newsweek, 2008. I used to have a copy of that. See, there it is again. Blue Lodge Mason. Here's the Masonic inaugural ball. The picture. Here's him at wherever. I can't tell if it's a Masonic handshake, but it does look like one. He's gripping the third knuckle, it looks like. Yeah, so what is it? The old York Constitution. There's the jester, mirth is king, it says. And then look what he has. A swastika. And guess what color it is? Red. Well, I'll be damned. 6-6. The Quillipoth or whatever. Yeah, so the veil of superstition was thrown over them. It was deemed political and profitable to the few to deceive the many. That which should have been a simple record of fact was worked up into an allegory. There arose an esoteric doctrine for those initiated in the secrets of the temple, and the deceptuous exoteric doctrine for the multitude. And this was the origin of the priesthood. There's a Masonic passport. Mighty strange, they got their own passports. Mighty strange. Oh, what's this? A policeman? 1953. He's got a Masonic hat on. What's that saying on his arm right there? See right there. See right there, yonder. Here's the degrees. Notice the Knights of Templar dressed up just like the just like the Order of the Garter. I guess I should have just rolled that cigarette into one cigarette. Smoke my other half cigarette. Notice how they're embodying different robes of all different religions. There's the Hebrew, there's the what is that, Zoroaster or something. There's the Islam. Notice the Islam's on the York side. Wait, that's, oh, whoops, my bad. Scottish side. Excuse me. There's the dude with the cross. Was that Knight of the Rose cross? Subsidiary orders. There's that one, MOVPER, some kind of fez wearing group. One with the this other Shriner Lake, with the Daughters of the Nile. Let's see here. So here you see the someone being initiated. What's the Shriner symbol? Rosicrucian symbol. Fellow craft. Here's the House of the Temple at night. The building has 33 columns. 33. So, well, I don't know if I should go on all these. Pope Paul III establishes the Jesuit Society. Under Ignatius Loyola, the Jesuit device is a modified triple tau. Triple tau, the Royal Arch. The Masonic triple tau is a symbol known to have been used in Egypt for thousands of years before the Christian era, while that of the Jesuits makes one of the taus a passion cross. But notice it says that they were to go against the Martin Luther Reformation, because Martin Luther was a Rosicrucian. The Reformation was Masonic Reformation. Why is the cigarette rolling up? Oh, yeah. Did I put everybody to sleep or what? The blue degrees are but the outer corridor portico of the temple. Parts of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. Excuse me. Their true explication is received from the depths. The whole body of the royal and sacerdotal art was hidden so carefully centuries since in the high degrees as that it is even yet impossible to solve many of the enigmas which they contain. It is well enough for the mass of those called Masons to imagine that all is contained in the blue degrees, and those in whose attempts to undeceive will labor in vain. Undeceive them will labor in vain. Here's the French Masonry Universal. That which we must say to the crowd is, we worship a God, but it is a God that one adores without superstition. To you, Sovereign Grand Inspector General, we say this, that you may repeat to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees, Masonic religion should be, by all of us initiates of the high degrees, maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. Yeah, so that's a long subject. A widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali. Pretty sure Naphtali was Naphtali was Scorpio. And then Tyre would be Mars. Okay, for some reason Grok's being slow. One of 9 widows, especially mentioned. I thought this is relevant because this is on a Masonic website, and they emphasize the blue eyes. Because they're an Aryan race cult. Naphtali was Pisces. That's what it was. Pisces, Naphtali. Pisces and Tyre. So the widow's son is Jesus, according to the Masonic doctrine, which that's a long story. Or wait. Yeah. Okay, so here's the colorized picture. Now, you've all seen this picture before. There's a swastika with a 32nd degree emblem. A cufflink. It's kind of a small picture. A cufflink. Here's the what book is this? Notice the swastika at the bottom. The cross, the Magi, is cordially and gratefully dedicated to my esteemed colleagues of New York Numismatic Club. Blah blah blah. Benjamin Franklin. Franklin B. Huntington. Blah blah. I forget who wrote that book. Pretty sure that's the Rosicrucian book. Notice the symbols: the triple tau, lion, the bird, the fisherman, the angel, the bull, symbols of the above Chartres Cathedral's door. This is the 7th degree or 15th? 21st degree. Okay, I thought it. No, it's tarot card 21. Real arch. I'm pretty sure this is 7th degree. Scottish, right? Yeah, all these trestle boards and stuff. Blah blah. Okay, where's some relevance here? This is talking about the Masonic punishment, but it's not really relevant. Okay, so I've been on here 2 hours. We just call it a night here. The Shekinah Lodge, Faith, Hope, and There's quite a few of these diagrams. Pater means father, mater means mother or matter, so spirit and matter, forming the Mercury and the unknown symbol, which goes to the other symbols, and then see, this is all just symbolism here. Here's the earth, fire, air, water. I think that's how it goes. All symbolism. Here's the Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, Jupiter. I don't. Saturn's that one, yeah. Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, and Earth. Or wait, what was that? Venus. Wait, Venus, Mercury. I think I'm missing one there. There's the was it the Pleiades? I think, or no? Oh, is that the Pleiades? I can't remember. The Great Star. Notice it's a 7-point star in the center that he's walking up to. The stars are all relevant. Yeah, 7-point star. The tools. It's got the tools of the builder, the god, the grand architect, the universe, symbolism. Let's see. You got duplicates of the same ones. Yeah, there's like the original. There's like someone remade it. Let's see here. Yeah, so these symbols go on and on. Horus, the product. Isis, the female. Osiris, the male. Isis, the temple or the lodge. Osiris, the doctrine, the book. Horus, the initiate. He's what's his name? Truman with a bunch of Masons. They're all real happy he did whatever. So here's that symbol again, remember? I was showing you earlier, the 2 lines, the circle, representing the Egyptian omnipotent God surrounded by his creation, having for a boundary no other limit than what may come within his boundless scope, his wisdom and power. At times, the circle is represented by the Amanta, or eternity, a serpent with its tail in its mouth, or an Ouroboros. Parallel serpents were of the cobra species. It's been suggestively said that the Masonic symbol refers to the circuits or circumambulation of the initiation about the sacred altar, which supports the 3 great lights in the central point, while the brethren stand at 2 parallel lines. Let's see, they're doing. It's hard to explain. Yeah, Hiram, king of Tyre, widow's son servant to King Solomon. That's what it says. I always forget. Shibboleth, Tubal Cain. John Dee's signature. Here's the serpents. The how many are there? 4, 8. It looks like there's 3, 4, 5. Looks like there's 10 serpents. 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus 9. So there's 20 rays coming off it. There's 3 on each. No, well, I'm sure it's irrelevant. Vitriol, the symbol of whatchamacallit. Let's see here. So this is interesting. This is from the Hoover Dam. It's got a embedded in it. It's got a star map. Where's the other picture? Oh, god damn it. All persons. Yeah, so according to a Masonic ritual, all persons who are not indoctrinated into the order are commonly referred to as profane koyin. Koyin are considered to be unholy, unclean, unworthy, someone to be avoided by all Masons. They teach their initiates that non members have the potential to contaminate their holiness progression. The reason behind keeping members away from non members is an effort to avoid having them learn from outside sources that they are really participating in the doctrine of devils. If this truth is discovered early, it will likely cause the initiate to attempt to leave the lodge before they can be successfully brainwashed. Awareness that the holiness within the lodge is really the religion of Satan becomes a major deterrent in being able to brainwash initiates into completing their membership rituals. Failure to secure members would be financially devastating to a lodge and to Satan's plan. You can tell whoever wrote this super religious. That is why, starting with the first degree members, must swear blood oaths that bind them to the brotherhood under all circumstances, and that means to the point of death. Masonic practices are really a mixture of mystical Judaism, Babylonian paganism, which forms a religious order that this book's a little bit over the table here. I mean, it's relative. Yeah. So here, holding a human skull filled with wine. Uh, yeah, I'm not gonna read. Well, I guess I don't have the other page right there. You gotta remember, they mix all religions. It's not just one; it's many. That's termed the mysteries. There's the whatchamacallit. This is an old. What is this? This one's an old one. Tools of the God. The great sign. They shall conquer. Oh, here it is. The oath. May this wine I now drink become deadly poison to me as the hemlock juice drunk by Socrates. Should I ever knowingly or willfully violate the same? So remember that the skull and bones refers to the aqua tofana directly in their oath, as well as the Illuminati refers to the aqua tofana, which aqua tofana means is a reference to the hemlock juice. Uh, Immediately, another Mason dressed in a skeleton suit runs out and embraces the candidate, reciting the oath, and continues. And may these cold arms forever encircle me, should I ever knowingly willfully violate the same. These words have been craftily formulated to do nothing more than blah blah. From the Scottish order, the members of the temple hold a special service Thursday before Easter. They call it Monday, Thursday. Annual event involves communion service amongst the members. The temple is arranged like a tomb, with members dressed in long black hooded robes. An organ plays death march. Prayer is offered with no mention of the name Jesus. One of the members recites, "We meet this day to commemorate the death of our most wise and perfect master, not as inspired or divine, for this is not for us to decide, but at least the greatest of the apostles of mankind." Remember the Illuminati, Weishaupt's Jesus. The members then gather around the table in the shape of a cross. The cross-shaped table is covered with a red cloth. Very center of the cross, a single rose is placed among members and ensues with the drinking of wine. Remember that rose part. Leader of the ceremony says, "Take, drink, and give to the thirsty." Then he says, "Take, eat, give to the hungry." Of course, these remarks for the Mason leader are merely a play on Jesus' very words that he spoke to disciples in the Last Supper. No time is there any mention of Jesus in these rituals. Candles are burning all around the room, which takes the appearance of a black mass. The rituals of this communion exhibit no similarity to that of the Christian communion. Blah, 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 blah. As we have already discovered, the rose of the Scottish Rite ritual symbolizes the eternal element needed to attain immortality, which is the same thing that Gilgamesh sought. For in the earlier chapter, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the rose was also mentioned again in that chapter on Rosicrucians, where their rituals removed the rose from the cross in order to free the body from its earthly stronghold of death. Therefore, in the Scottish Rite ritual, the rose is also symbolizing the spark of divinity. The leader of the Black Mass wants fellow members to eat, drink, and give to others. Blah blah. Yes, there's some Masonic handshakes. Because I mean, you don't normally put your hand like that when you shake somebody's hand. You don't grab them like that. That's not a comfortable way. There's Tony Blair, Knights of Malta, giving the old handshake to the Pope. You see what that is? Or wait. It's like when the two Masons, when they're, I can't do it with my own hand here. When the knuckle is like that on the screen, see, it's making a square. That's what the handshake's about, to make a square. Just like the Latin kings shake hands, and they put their hands like this. How does it go? Where the fingers make a crown when they make a handshake. Yeah, let's see here. These different Masonic coins and such. What is this? The Jabalon, Royal Arch, 7th degree. The balance, the same manner, the hands raised, repeat the words Jabalon, Jehovah God, below breath. Word of the Royal Arch degree is worked in England is Jabalon. Microbius in his Saturnalia says that it was an admitted axiom amongst the heathen that the trilateral Jah and rather Io was the sacred name of the supreme god of the Clarion Oracle, which was of unknown antiquity, being asked which of the deities was named, answered in these memorable words: initiated are bound to conceal the mysterious secrets. Learn thou that Jah, Jah is a great God supreme who ruled over all. Now it so happens that the gems of the early Christians we find these very letters, which are abbreviation of the name of Jehovah, used in the monogram to express the name of the Savior of mankind, who is thus represented as existing before time was and shall exist when the time shall be no more. It was first adopted by the Eastern Church and signified Engius, or Alpha Omega, Jesus Alpha Omega. Ionius, in other words, Jesus the first and the last, signing of the Royal Arch. The Royal Arch word to have been perfectly in keeping with the degree and with the general construction of masonry should have been a triad not only of syllables but also letters. Our transatlantic brethren have seen it in its true light, but they have corrected the error unlearnedly. It ought to have been, if the principle of its construction be allowed to be orthodox. So you see Syriac, Jao or Jao, Chaldean, Bel or Bull, Hindu, On or Om. For page 15 of the insignia, he writes thus, quote, but the Royal Arch degree is found on the number 3. Therefore, each member of the word ought to have been trilateral. Among the Syrians, the Chaldeans, the Phoenicians, and others, the ineffable name of the deity was Bel, Baal, or Bull, or Baal, or Balin. Again, the Egyptians and Hindus referenced On or Om, i.e., On or Om, as the name of the chief deity. And Vidi Historical Landmarks. Quote, Volume 2, page 549. Quote, one says it was Jah, another links it to Joeth, Jaoth, a third Java, others Juba, as in Jubal, well, anyways, Jubal Cain, or how's that? No, he was the brother of the, it's like Genesis. Jehovah, or Jove, all these Jupiter. In a word, the letters of the names are perishable and the pronunciation a little moment. But the being himself was ineffable, incomprehensible, and worthy of our utmost veneration. He was called by the Romans Jove or Jah, the Chaldeans, the Phoenicians, the Celti Bel or Bull, by the Indians, Egyptians, and Greeks On or Am. So remember when I was talking about Jupiter earlier, the as in Deus or Zeus, Io Pater, then the Pater Son. Let's see here. Well, that's from some kind of. That's supposed to be in the alien section. What the fuck is it? I'm out of the Masonic shit. This is alien shit. Okay. Oops. Okay. I'm gonna skip it to the Illuminati section. The HI. It's gonna be the other way. Okay, this is taking a minute here. Oh, yeah. If anybody wants to come on, smoke a joint, put a link out here. I'm probably gonna pass out here soon. Okay, this is taking a moment here. Damn, I'm still in the M section. Alright, I'm just gonna manually scroll up here. HIJINIM. Okay, this is taking forever. Like I said, damn, I still haven't organized my Illuminati stuff. Oh well, I'll just throw down what I got, I guess. So this is the cover of pretty sure it's the cover of that one Dan Brown book. It's not really relevant, but it does seem to appear to be in the Illuminati framework. This is the Death Mask of Adam Weishaupt, the man himself who wanted to destroy all religions, who wanted to abolish private property, who wanted to destroy the family, destroy all culture, who wanted to create a new monopoly that would run the world with an elect Illuminati superiori incogniti. These are the Jesuits. Yeah, here's that book that I went over a few times, the Grok translations. And Ellie, notice the owl in the old times in Greek. The letters O, V, V, I would be placed in front of Medusa, the Gorgon, Weishaupt's Illuminati. Oh, that's just a letter talking about George Washington, the Illuminati. Well, I mean, I guess I went over it before. So George Washington didn't doubt that Illuminati, the principles of Jacobinism, aka Orange Society, had now been spread in the United States, where Orange Society is hand in hand with Masonry. There's Ignatius Loyola. Jesuit oath. I've already went over that. What is this? I think this is I can't remember what book this is. Meanwhile, as rumors of their foul deeds spread, thanks to the irritating habit of the Illuminists had of leaving their victims hanging about by their necks from trees, sounds like the KKK. A Bavarian court of inquiry was instituted to investigate matters. In 1786, the home of the Illuminati lawyer named Zvak was raided by investigators, bringing to light detailed evidence of the conspiracy. From captured correspondences, it was learned that Weishaupt and his cohorts, far from being upstanding gentlemen as commonly thought, were Satanists, liars, revolutionaries, embezzlers, debauchers. Weishaupt and other leaders were banished from Bavaria and their operation forced underground. So here's Nochtring von Veteran, original shift of the Abslungen. That's the name of the book. The Illuminati book that they confiscated. It's talking about New England Illuminati. Masonic brother Amos Stoddard addressed the craft on the occasion of the festival of St. John the Baptist, June 24th, 1799. Stoddard did not balk at the admission that the fraternity, quote, have unfortunately tolerated the Illuminati, end quote. There was this to be said by the way of exculpation. The Illuminati were not legitimate Masons, quote, to propagate their revolutionary poisons and to protract the period of detection, end quote. They attached themselves to Freemasonry and were called themselves by its name. In this way, the world has been deceived, but the main citadel of Masonry had not capitulated. He thinks the writer thinks that Masonry was not totally compromised, but so here's the Phi Beta Kappa, Yale, blah blah, the connection of commencement exercise in the college, blah blah, extent of power of political delusion instead of writing on broken glass, writing. Okay, I'm gonna skip this one. This is relevant to the Illuminists and Phi Beta Kappa. Instead of writing broken glass, write in sex petrifications or any such literary themes as he afterwards intimated. The Federalists doubtless had expected the labor of composition completed. Bishop showed his manuscript to the Secretary of the Society, only to be informed later of the account of political character of his effort. His appointment as orator had been rescinded by the Society. I can't remember why I saved that one. Right here. Phi Beta Kappa. So I am worried about my membership in Phi Beta Kappa. It is entirely possible that I have been misled in assuming that my possession of a little gold key is the reward for getting a flock of A's at Yale 20 odd years ago. It is possible that the Society's proclaimed belief that love of wisdom is the guiding power of life is a front for the Illuminati, the Jacobins, the Know-Nothings, the Elders of Zion. After all, the letters of Phi Beta Kappa are Greek, and Greeks are foreigners, aren't they? So the point, though, it's this whole Jacobins is the House of Stuart and the House of Orange, of which had to do with the the Dutch. For that matter, how can I feel whether some of the desperate members of the League for Peace and Democracy are not also members of Phi Beta Kappa? They might be wheels within wheels, and the red star of Moscow dangling in masquerade on my unsuspecting abdomen all these years. Why not? If there are communists in the League for Peace and Democracy, that make the League of a Communist Front, and if members of that front are also members of Phi Beta Kappa, that makes Phi Beta Kappa another communist front, and that makes, well, let me read the rest. So Phi Beta Kappa, Front for Illuminati, promoting communism. Does it take a brain surgeon to this Illuminati ring? Benai Barith. Benai. Benai Barith ring. Illuminati or Masonry without religion. What is this about? Human race. This is why Horus, the Mummy. Oh, this is from Max Heindel's Rosicrucian book. He's talking about the evolutions of man, the supposed evolutions of man, blah blah. This is why Horus, the Mummy, and wait, is that the next page? I don't think that's the next page. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to. These aren't in order here. This group spirit bullshit. This is where all the racism comes from, right here. This Max Heindel, fucking Rosicrucian Cosmoconception, and the British Israelism. So here's this is Brother 12 Blavatsky's sidekick. He says, quote unquote, page 160, Foundation Letters of all professions of the arms, the most honorable and wholesome murder is sanctioned by a flag. These are the foundations upon which the civilizations of Europe have been raised. In their essence, they are destructive, and because of them, the superstructure shall be destroyed. Quote, they that take the sword shall perish by the sword. Unquote. So, Brother 12 and his Theosophist, swastika, Aryan race people were all trying to destroy Europe long before the Nazis or whatever raised their head out of darkness. Okay, so here's Cagliostro, Giuseppe Balsamo, Cagliostro, the Illuminati member, the precursor of Aleister Crowley, where they were practicing orgies in the Notre Dame. Okay. So this has to do with how the initiates know nothing, the know nothingism. As we are about to consider a gloomy question, we have a fancy to open the dark lantern of antiquity and throw a ray of two into the lodge before we cross the threshold. Hearken unto the ancient gentleman. We know nothing, for truth lies hid from us in the depth and distance. Democritus is reported by Aristotle. Let's see, I forget what that says. Nihil's Omnia. Nothing is wiser than ignorance. The beginning of the science is the science of nescience. Yeah, I'm not gonna go over those. But so, scientists of nothing. I'm sure you've all seen that. Ask about Illuminati. Illumined. Illuminati is sect of heretics sprang up in Spain, 1575, called by the Spaniards Alumbrados, light bearers. The principal doctrines were, by means of the sublime manner of prayer which they had attained to, they entered into a perfect state, that they had no occasion for ordinances, sacraments, nor good works, and that they could give way even to the vilest actions without sin. Now, this is, oh, I'm not going to read all this. Weishaupt, Spartacus was his alias. Blah, blah. Condemn bigotry and superstition. Why? Because Weishaupt was an atheist. He said, man must be God. Man must be God to be free of all the dogmas, quote unquote. Yeah, I'm not going to read all this. It's written by Mackey. Mackey didn't think there was anything wrong with Adam Weishaupt. He's just entrepreneur, philanthropist. Let's see. Here's the Hall of Illumination, Weishaupt's. You got a better picture of it somewhere. Let's see here. What's that quote from Robinson? Illuminati did not disappear after the last century. This is from New England and Bavaria, or Illuminati in the New England, the Bavarian Illuminati. They are still to be found in Germany, excuse me, England, and Russia, where they had formed a queer sect in which castration is one of the features of initiation. The taste for the supernatural, the passion of the marvelous, constantly urge these mentally unbalanced men, in whom the imagination is fanaticized, to throw themselves into the fantastic visions which constitute illuminism. So it's saying that they're castrating themselves and going into insanity. That sounds pretty wild. Adam Weishaupt ordered that the actual words Illuminati and Illuminism never be used in correspondence. Instead, they were to be replaced by the astrological symbol of the sun, a circle with a dot in the middle. Illuminati card. Let's see here. Yes, this isn't exactly accurate. That's okay. So, well, it's interesting. Did he have his thumb? Yeah, he didn't have his thumbs out. it only means hello or whatever, and if your thumb is out, or love, or I can't remember what the hand sign. Let's see here. Yes, it's interesting that a lot of these priests talking with the hand sign. This isn't necessarily relevant. Okay, I guess we're out of the Illuminati section. Okay, well, let's see here. I think I could skip to the Theosophy section. Pretty sure that's in here somewhere. Masonry. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Where am I here? I think it's ST. Yeah. Okay. Well, I got way too many screenshots here. Oh well, this is relevant. This is about the Illuminists. Oops, where's that? This is that Brother 12 book again. He's saying that they would receive the egos, the influx of the egos, until the time of approximately 1975. Keep in mind this is written like 1930 or 1926 or something. These who are now children who are born within the next few years will be the parents of that army who will be in their very early prime in 1975. Keep in mind this is Brother 12's book, Foundation Letters. He was the sidekick of Blavatsky and Theosophist, and precursors of Tool Society and Ariosophy, etc. Talking about how they would take over the world, basically, with their plan from their quote unquote masters. Uh, it is these, the grandchildren of our present day, will have the chief part in the great work that ushers in the year 2000. I remember the pictures of the Masons at the pyramid. The inner group is the living heart of the center of the work. Uh, every member of the outer body will have a recognized and accepted relationship with the White Lodge, i.e., the late Chela, talking about the star Sirius. Within the inner group are all equal, all are of like importance to the master. See, this shit's crazy here. There is no head or no leader other than the master himself. It is a band of brothers without personal ambition or aims, devoted only to the service of the master and of humanity. All have already attained the spiritual illumination, they can consciously live the one life. Remember the TV show Pluribus? Thus, personalities are eliminated and harmony is assured when they're living this one life. Personalities are eliminated. Why the fuck is my camera always freezing? Damn it. I might smoke one more cigarette. Fucking, we're watching it right now. People's fucking personalities are gone. People are fucking brain dead. Uh, the, This will be the channel on the physical plane through which the lifeblood of the Brotherhood will flow, binding all together and keeping all in touch with the center. In it, the Master's personal teaching and comments will be given. See, it reads like a fucking, reminds me of that vampire TV show, The Strain. Uh, and then he says, again, we would emphasize the fact that this is not the plan of any man or body of men. It is the work of the master himself, and every detail is in accordance with his exact instructions. Yeah, so the master himself, Sirius. Yeah, so here the general progress of the evolution. It is intended that the fifth subrace shall understand brotherhood as a mental concept. Sixth subrace will attain it spiritually and intuitionally. The seventh subrace must realize it as a condition of the outward life. Our present work is concerned with the development of the first and second aspects, respectively. If any man approach us by this our way, on this way especially, we will go to meet him. So they're talking about racial evolution. Some kind of fucking Nazi shit. Blavatsky stated clearly that no new teacher nor any further truce might be expected before 1975. The master emphasized the point that the work he has now in hand does not in any way invalidate the statement, for H.P. Blavatsky was referring to the developments on the physical plane, the work which he, notice it's capitalized because it's the God, and the work is capitalized because it's the God, in which we are privileged to have a part. It is to be accomplished for the most part on higher planes. It is of little concern with the lower mind. Blah blah. Fucking assholes. The next step of the evolution of the race is the development of that form of consciousness known as group mind. And we must be careful not to confuse this idea with the group soul. Remember how I told you all that they're using animal magnetism, they're using group hypnosis, they're using psychology. Between these two lies the whole in this history of human evolution. Story commences with the group soul, out of which, as the result of long ages of stress, the individual, the human unit, is evolved. After still other ages of experience, it at last becomes possible for the unit mind to enter into and contribute to the extended consciousness of the group mind. That is where some of us stand today. The mental life of the group is something more than the aggregate mental life of those units of which it is composed, just as the human body is more than a mere aggregation of its individual cells. At this time, there are the White Lodge 12 great groups which are specifically concerned with the evolution of humanity. Each has its distinguishing characteristics as its special field of activity. As we may say that in general sense, these correspond in their nature to the 12 astrological houses. The Aquarian Foundation is especially the work of the 9 and the 12 groups, and it is that fact that which explains in part the symbol to be found in the title page, The Three Truths. There's another aspect. Every member of the group is under moral and spiritual obligation to live individually up to the level of the standard of the group mind of which he is a part. If any of you are familiar with the Japanese samurai, you'll have a good illustration of what is meant. Those who are not should make a point of looking it up in a good encyclopedia and making note. Every member of the AF is, in effect, a member of the selected mental and spiritual aristocracy. You are Knights of the Grail or the Round Table. You are pledged to your own higher self to lead his life, the higher life. Thus shall we carry into the world a tremendous force of example. So notice this is a Neo-Templar group, this theosophical Knights of the Grail, he says. I gotta grab a cigarette real quick. Knights of the Grail. One second. Knights of the Grail. So the rumors of what's her name and the rumors of Blavatsky being a Hussards de la Mort or Death's Head Knight. Most likely true. Mr. Brother 12 believes he himself is a Knight of the Grail. Remember that Crowley's group, the OTO, is a Neo-Templar group. Remember that the Knights of the Solar Temple was a Neo-Templar group that even had a few members that were the sons of Nazis. Sons of Nazis. Okay. I have therefore to state expressly that I and those associated with me are entirely and distinctly under the guidance and direction of higher intelligences at every step and every particular. It should be pointed out that this statement refers to our cooperation with and participation in the work as a whole. As individual egos, we are subject solely and only to intuition and to the dictates of our own higher selves. Therefore, those who are unwilling to accept the guidance and direction of those who are in charge of this plan and to accept them unhesitatingly and without question or cavil must seek some other field for their activities. Do you understand what that's saying? If you don't do what they want, then you leave. To put it plainly, if they wish to gang their ain't gate, let them do it. This work is no concern of theirs. You see, so they push anybody out who's not part of the hive mind. Notice how the higher selves is capitalized because it's their God. Man is God to them. Period. Their higher selves. You'll therefore understand that I am not in any way concerned with the measures for the salvation of Great Britain. He's predicting World War II, basically, or any other European country in particular. That may sound a heartless statement to you, but my brother, you must remember that I have been shown the plan as a whole, and those things are not in the plan. Neither am I so ingenious or simple as to expect successfully to overthrow or even oppose the oncoming deluge of Bolshevism, for Bolshevism is a part of the plan, in that it is the sword of Damocles, horrible and unspeakably loathsome as it is. Nonetheless, it is a necessary evil, sword of judgment against national iniquities and unrighteousness. It is appointed means whereby those things which hinder shall be removed. It is that third which, its work is accomplished, shall be changed. Do not, my brother, waste either time or energy sitting in the seat of King Canute. If you do so, you will need to vacate your seat in a hurry. The masses are doomed and will perish. We who know confine our attention to such as are in earnest about the business of escape, as in they were planning to escape after the great calamity of World War II. Why are people leaving? This shit's fucking heavy duty. Uh, this shit's some heavy duty shit. People are leaving. I'm busting out the real shit over here. Uh, we're talking about Illuminati here. We're talking about Illuminism, Freemasonry. We're talking about the real mysteries of the craft. Stuff that none of the Masons will talk about. Because they have no idea. With one and all, blah blah. In this connection, I would remind you that I have seen the plan as a whole. I do not rely upon the interpretation of obscure prophecies of unknown origin, nor even upon the relation of pyramidical measurements of world periods. Incidentally, I may say that all the former, which are worth anything, are based upon the originate of the latter. So he's talking about the races. The Great Pyramid is a history in stone of the fifth root race from the time of the destruction of the fourth to the overwhelming of Atlantis until the time of its own destruction by a similar cataclysm in a yet distant future. In this tremendous drama, ethnological and historical, in which the periods of development, decline of even one of its seven subraces are to be reckoned in hundreds of thousands of years. What is the comparative endurance or significance of such a minute uh, and negligible atom as Great Britain? It is an indisputable fact that of nations who are in the day, generations endured for more than 10 times as long. Wait, I didn't even keep the whole quote on there. I think I was just keeping this part here. Blah, blah, blah. Ultimately, it will be an English speaking Anglo American alliance which will enforce peace and restore order, upon which shall be built the foundations of a new and happier era. Remember that the British Israelists are Anglophiles, Aryans. Even now, at the 11th hour, Britain herself might be saved from extinction if her so called rulers, blah, blah, blah. This is not relevant. If Britain perishes, blah, blah. Notice how he says, if Britain perishes, and she undoubtedly will, be due to not karma of the past, but the madness of her present policies. Neither the United States nor the saner colonies will allow themselves to be entangled in hellbroth, blah, blah. Well, the older nations, including Britain herself, will not survive. The coming upheavals, they all belong to the last phase of the Piscean age, and they cannot be accommodated to the new and entirely different ideals and conditions of the new age and order, which is even now visibly supplanting it. Well, I don't think I'm going to go over all these. I've went over them before many times. Piscean characteristics, those are the old gods, the old religions. The new Aquarian characteristics, man is divine, blah blah. Man is God, ultimate perfection by unceasing individual effort and cooperation with the divine will. Blah blah blah. Here's the only one you really need to know: that all life and all consciousness is one, is divine, indestructible. Blah. That's why they believe that they're God. Man is God. Uh, yeah, the blah blah blah. These cigarettes suck. See right here. This is where. This then is a very brief outline. The spirit nature of the work in which we are concerned. It has no connection with any of the 1,001 sects or isms of neo-theosophical schools. It owes allegiance to no established religion. It is not concerned with the development of individuals nor the impoverishment of existing organizations or communities. In short, it has nothing in common with the existing order, nor with any of its component parts or institutions. It is part and parcel of the new order of that which has yet to be revealed. Yeah, the new order, the new world order. Uh, Isis, Semiramis, Astarte, Ishtar. Well, that's not really relevant. The yeah, so well, this is about vital. This is about the animal magnetism, the group hypnosis. Skip that. What's this? Nazis, individuals connected to Nazis. Skip that. Oh, let's skip that. Let's see. Damn, the cigarette tastes like shit. All right, I'm gonna smoke a joint and. Oh, there we go. Well, this isn't the same subject. I mean, it's relevant, but it's has to do with the ancient stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that. Let's see here. There's some more Illuminati stuff. I mean, this is technically has to do with the Illuminism, but not the same Illuminism as well. No, it is, but it's hard to explain. So you see the well, these are all kind of just random. Yeah, the 47th problem of Euclid, Osiris, or Osiris, Isis, and Horus, the sacred John, Saint John or Jonah. Notice the two fishes, two fishes. Well, these are all kind of irrelevant. Sign of Nephthali, the Virgin. Okay, so the destiny of no man is to regain the light unless he face it from the threshold of the great beyond. Nah, I'm not reading this. So this part is relevant. Talking about the fleur de lis, Babylonian Hebrew, Aaron's rod, lilies of the Virgin, blah blah. The number 9. Any number, great or small, multiplied by 9 will give the product of the sum of whose digits will exactly equal 9. This mergence of everything into 9 was likened to consumption by fire, which caused 9 to be termed the number of Vulcan, which latter name was derived from Tubal Cain, the Semitic spirit of fire, that which resolves all that it attacks into its original elements. 9 thus stands for the great old number philosophy as the representative of the primordial substance from which all emanated and to which all must eventually return. The remaining 8 digits were accepted as the elements of the dual principle, embracing positive and negative, spiritual and material, male and female, odd and even, etc. Spiritual or male numbers were indivisible odd ones, while those representing matter, the female principle, were even and divisible. What is this? Let's see. All things come to one. All things from one. 49 spheres. Okay, so here's I think this is page 332 of the Lost Light by Alvin Boyd Kuhn. The sun god, I have hidden you. He says to the earth, he says that in Egypt of the lower world, he has prepared a secret and mysterious dwelling. This divine dwelling, created by Ra as a place of protection for the elect, is called the retreat. Amen, an aspect of Ra, was termed the master of the hidden spheres, and Amen itself means the master god. In ritual, Osiris cries, I rise out of the egg in the hidden land. Under another name, Kem-Ur, he addresses the earth, Akert, the underworld, as the land which hidest thy companion who is in thee. The god again speaks of hiding himself to cast light upon his hidden place. This is the typical Luciferic character of the descending god, the light bringer. He hides himself in order, it is said, to perform there the mysteries of the underworld. These things shall be done secretly in the underworld. Under the title of Unas, he gathers together his members which are in the hidden place. He says that he has made Horus enter into the hidden shrine to vivify the heart of God. Uh, the advent of the Prometheans to Earth was the oblation, the divine sacrifice, the sacrifice for sin. Yet it is only a perverted connotation of the word sacrifice that has caused this act of cosmic policy to be taken in the light of self privation on the part of the Luciferian hosts. Few words few words of noble meaning have not been touched by the disfiguring hand of low human understanding. I guess skip that. Let the reader estimate how far theology has departed from understanding that these evil spirits that were cast down and bound for 1,000 years, or a long series of incarnations, were the angels of light, denominated Satan because of their rebellious and recalcitrant behavior under the hard decree of incorporation in beastly bodies, and that these fiery pits are none other than our own physical bodies. It is not Satan equated with Lucifer, or wait, excuse me, is not Satan equated with Lucifer, and is he not the Promethean light bringer? So the Satanists believe that being stuck in our own bodies is hell. The Titans, of whom Prometheus is one, appear in a dual and confusing character in the mythology. They are both man's good angel and his devil. The solution of this enigma of theology will be fully expounded in the next chapter, but briefly it can be said that the Titans of mythology match the Lucifer. Uh, Hesiod says the father called the revolters by the opprobrious name Teutons. Then he cursed them, and they were cast down into Tartarus and bound in chains and darkness in the abyss. Uh, the god, the Titan, Prometheus, Lucifer. Myth of the Greeks: Saturn, who was overthrown and despoiled of his genitals or creative power by Jupiter, who was in turn worsted by the Titans, and that heavenly warfare is read as planetary cosmology by the progressive outpouring steals away the higher creative force to use on his own plane. Excuse me. Functions and the glory of Saturn were alleged to have been transferred to the Sun, who became the new lord of the six. Saturn was identical to the Egyptian Sobek or Sevek, whose name means seven. And in the early mythos, he was the deity who crowned the six elementary forces with completion as their ruler and governor. Massey says, quote, the Sun and Saturn both became the Lord of the seventh day, Sabbath, and the day of rest and peace, which is Hept. Number seven, the name of number seven, but the cult of Sobek. But in the cult of Sobek, the original solar Sabazius, remember the Sabazius hand of son of Kubel, the Sun and Saturn were combined as Sabat, Sabath, or Sabt, which read as Sebti, shows the dual form of Seb for the Sun and Saturn. Sabazius were reported to have been torn into 7 parts by the Titans, corresponding to the 7 days of the week and 7 planets to which they were dedicated. But the soul is specifically tied by the great brilliant emblem of our divinity, the morning star. Titan came hurtling to earth, still clinging to his stolen possession. The spiritual fire was Lucifer, the bright morning star. The significance of this emblem is in its heraldry approach of the day. Day star is rising. Is the harbinger of the coming of the great Lord of Day. As the announcer, it becomes identical in function with Anup, the fiery ape of Egypt, Mercury in Greek mythology, and John the Baptist in Christianity. Anup is the way opener for the advent of Horus, who, though coming after him, was before him in stature and authority. Anup abode in the dark and empty, reaches the desert of Amenta until the day of his manifestation, the helical rising of the star Sothis, or Sirius, the morning star of the year in Egypt, which heralded the birth of Horus as the opening of the year. John dwelt in the wilderness until the time of his theophany, or showing forth in Israel. This is a symbolic spiritual place he's talking about in the book. Sirius, otherwise Sothis and Septet, being the morning star in the mythos etymological, supplies another significant link to the story. Septet is another word for wait. Oh wait, I already read that part. This Sirius, the dog star, was a type of Anup, the dog or jackal god, guides souls in the dark night, or incarnation. The star Sept or Saltus, with long strides, leads the celestial path of Ra each day. The Blessed One rises as a star. The star precedes Ra, son of man, or Pepi, or son of man of Pepi. It is written, his sister is Sept, or Sothis. He is born as the morning star, Venus. And again, I wonder if September is actually named after Sirius. So that's interesting. And again, his sister, the star Sept, or Sothis, as guide. The morning star takes him by the hand to Sekhet Hetep. Usually, the two women, are the guides, protectors, and watchers of the sun god in the mythology, as they are natural bearers, rearers, and watchers of human infant, until his own divinity arises as the feminine, always types the natural as distinct from the spiritual. Religious myth depicts the youthful solar god being born of women. Mythos, if you link to the story. Okay, so this is page 333. The light that would have been enabled the Christian would describe the beast in its true outlines. Character has never been rekindled since it was extinguished about the 3rd century. Had that light been available, it would have revealed that the fiery god of the pit was none other than God himself, his face begrimed with smoke, his features distorted by the grimaces of the beast through whose eyes he looked out upon the strange world, and his countenance luridly alight the smudgy flare of the earthly furnace. Milton's lakes of seething fire and Paradise Lost are a travesty of truth, unless taken purely as a symbology they are. For Satan is the God himself on earth. This broad assertion is incontestable. It is proven by the very name. The descending God was the light bringer Lucifer, the bright morning star, which is precisely the character assumed by the Jesus of the biblical revelation. The Christian devil, the hated serpent of evil, Satan, is Lucifer, the god of light on earth. Prometheus, the benefactor of mankind, the god himself. So that's something that nobody else brings up besides Cooper. Is that part of the book? Blah blah blah. It will be in vain. The general mind has lost the key to the mystery by dropping the name Lucifer and clinging to that of Satan alone. The mischief has been bred and perpetuated that Satan and Jesus are identical, is as true as Sut and Horus in Egypt are twins. The god and devil are kindred, they are full brothers, their mother is one. They are two aspects or manifestations of the same force. It may be said that the evil character is the good seen in reversed reflection. The devil is the god on earth. How radiant son of the morning, bright angelic Lucifer became transfigured. Satan, matter of deepest concern. Blah, blah. Supply. Well, the basic item is duality of man, the result of incarnation. Evil arises from the union in one organism of brute and God. When the God stepped in, the potentiality of evil was engendered. Evil could not arise from animal alone. Paradoxically, it awaited the coming of the God. The animal is unmoral and capable of either morality or immorality. He has no sense of good and evil. He has not eaten of the fruit of the tree of good and evil. The God in man is the first being in evolution who steps out from under the law of natural automatism and periodical regularity and assumes his training in the art of balancing consciously discerned forces of evil and good. There was one who reigned over them all, even the star of the morning which had fallen upon earth, Lucifer, but they named him Abaddon, for he was the destroyer. So Abaddon is Behemoth. Hence Lucifer became transformed into Satan. Without his intrusion, the animal would have known no evil, no aberrancy, no convention of cyclic order with consequent pain and distress, but he would have purchased the continuance of his halcyon blissfulness at the cost of remaining an animal. He could not step across the gap between the beast and sentient man without awakening the knowledge of good and evil. God stepped into the beast's own province and brought that disturbing influence that began the harrowing process for both of learning through suffering. Uh, the Titans Prometheus, Lucifer, Satan, Sut, Apep, Seb, and Sabu, the two serpents, fiery and watery, the dragon and the crocodile, under all the mythological representation is made long and perhaps prolix recital. But it is justified, it will be, if it will demonstrate the original good character of the Saturnian personage, clarify the reasons that led to his transmogrification into the personal devil to frighten humanity and replace harrowing misconception in the Western mind with sane comprehension with reference to the lamentable miscarriage of wisdom. The discussion has opened up to this cryptic meaning of a score or more of pivotal constructions in the Bible. With keys derived from mythoi, we can once more read intelligible meaning into material that by perversion has thrown the human spirit under subjection to motivations the most fiendish and diabolical. Surely the world desperately needs the scholarly pers- perspicacity that will cast this devil out of human thought. Which, yeah, so I don't know if I'll read any more of these. Rising of Sirius, Sothis and Septet, coming of the seventh, Jackal God, Orion, the mighty hunter, type of sun god, represented pursuing the moon, which leaps ahead 1 hour's jump each night, like a hare. In his chase on the hare, he is accompanied by his two dogs, constellated as the stars, Sion and Procyon. And emerging the darkness of Memento, Osiris says, I've come forth as Bennu, uh, Phoenix type, the Phoenix type of dog star Sirius at dawn. I urge on the dogs of Horus, these again may be Anup and An, the dog-headed ape, symbols of man in his early evolutionary state as animal, then as half animal and half man, and the ape before becoming full man, the god and man urges on the evolution of animal, his evolution, the animal part of himself. So this is the religion of the Illuminati. It's a long story, very long story. Horus too pierces the apap dragon in the eye with his lance and pins him to earth. The lance is figure of the sun ray tipped with the red flame for effective piercing power. The tree we have seen used as the paramount symbol of living force, tipped with the blade, the main stem of the pine made red hot at the top. It is was an instrument in the hands of the sun heroes. There is outside of Egyptian sources a most famous instance of the occurrence of this emblem. Ulysses bores out the single eye of the massive cyclopean giant Polyphemus with a great pine stake fired at the tip, and this operation takes place in a cave, which had become the prison of death for the hero and his men, the underworld. Solar hero wounds the giant of darkness by the injection of fire into his eye. Fire signifies time fights Sut with the branch of palm. This weapon matches the golden bow and is particularly pertinent to solar symbol, being a product of torrid lands and also, according to Massey, putting forth a new branch on its tree every 30 days, 30 being the number of days in the solar, 28 in the lunar month. Let's see. Twinkling of an eye. Yeah, so the symbol of the swastika secti worship. Jains of the and the Buddhists, Ganesh, blah blah blah. Reverse swastika is also found as the symbol of Kali, the destroyer, wife of Shiva. That's why the Nazis probably used it. Destroyers. What is this from? Gerald Massey. 70 days is the proper length of time required for embalming the dead body and making an Egyptian mummy. Lazarus, when portrayed in the Roman catacombs, comes forth from the tomb as an eviscerated, embalmed, and bandaged mummy, warranted to have been made in Egypt. Now, according to the gospel narrative, there is no time for this, as Lazarus had only been dead for 4 days. The mummy, anyway, is non-historical, and it is a typical mummy called the Osiris, Asar in Egyptian, which means star, or El Asar, the god star, in Aramaic, and Lazarus with the Greek terminal and the gospel assigned to John. The coffin of Osiris, constellated of the greater bear, as known as the Arab astronomers as the bier of Lazarus, the bear, which is the fuck is that star constellation? Ursa Major, I think it's the bear of Lazarus. Asar, or the Osiris, is the mummy of the coffin, and with the coffin of Osiris identified as the bear of Lazarus, follows perforce that the mummy Osiris, the coffin, is one with Lazarus on the bear. The Gnostic pictures in the Roman catacombs suffice to prove the identity. They show that Lazarus was buried as a mummy and that he rose again in mummy form. Thus, the dead Osiris of Egypt, El Asar, or Lazarus, as portrayed in Rome, and the story of death, burial, and resurrection are the same whosoever that story may be told. The bear of Lazarus, followed by the mourning sisters, was only known by the name because it had been constellated in the starry vault of the heavens ages earlier than the present era as the coffin of Osiris. This is a theosophy book. Notice the swastika. This is not the same subject here. This is about New World Order stuff. What is this? British Empire. Yes, this is British Empire have 6 votes. The General Assembly is Close to one in the United States. But England doesn't control America. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna give this Crowley and Clymer. Seeing Crowley was a piece of shit. What does that say? Equinox. Yeah, I'm not gonna get this stuff right here. Magi. Okay, so this is talking about Theosophy and the New World Order. I'm not gonna get into that. What are these all New World Order quotes? New World Order. What is this about here? Socialism. New World Order, socialism. Let's see here. I mean, this is relative, but I mean, it's kind of on the older stuff there. Let's see. New World Order. New World Order. New World Order. There's no such thing as a world government, though. Is this talking about the Fabian Society, League of Nations, the Marburg Group? Yeah, freaking, New World Order. Yeah, what was that? Theosophy. Okay, well, New World Order. Fight full impunity to any legislative policies that GATT or WTO agenda hope to enforce. Impunity. Interesting. New World Order. Communist. I went over these notes quite a few times. Let's get through them here. New World Order. Let's see. It looks like Dennis Cuddy. This is a Dulles quote here. United Nations Charter, paramount to every law of every state in conflict with it. Blah, blah. Okay. Okay, there's that Dulles quote. The UN warned that the treaties can abrogate the rights given to our people by the Constitutional Bill of Rights. 1952, Mr. Dulles. What the fuck is that? Okay. What else do we got here? This is talking about the Mason stuff. Tongue torn out, buried in the sands. Yeah, there's no Masonic oaths though that are saying those types of things. There couldn't be. It's just in the books. It's not like we just seen a video at the beginning that talked about the Masonic oaths. Yeah, yeah, you can only read that. The penalty of having the throat blank, tongue taken out by the root, the heart plucked from under the left breast, buried in the sands of the sea, the length of a cable rope from the shore, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours. Body to be burnt in ashes, the ashes to be scattered upon the face of the earth, so that there shall be no more remembrance of me among Masons. So help me God. Here's another one. Yeah, there's no such thing as a blood oath, though, in Freemasonry, according to all the Masons. Blah blah. One form action. I guess this is law stuff. We got here communist stuff. Also, this is interesting. Stained glass from the commission by George Bernard Shaw for the Fabian swastika on his grave does not feature a Latin saying, but rather a quotation from Edward Fitzgerald's translation of Omar Khayyam's Rubaiyat, some kind of Islam shit. Relevant to the pertaining to the Jesuits and the Alumbrados. I can't remember what the America Phoenix. What is this? One form. Well, so here the unification which took place in 1960. Federal rules of civil procedure. The one form action. Yeah, the quoted phrase, this is a fundamental change necessary to effect the unification of civil and admiralty procedures, refers to the crucial act of abolishing the distinction between civil actions and suits in admiralty, similar to how the 1938 Federal Rules of Civil Procedure abolished the distinction between actions of law and suits in equity. So they merged the jurisdictions. Okay, so here's back to the mystery school. So this is stellar theology and Masonic astronomy. Let's see what the mentioning the star Sirius and the blazing star. Other writers identify the blazing star with Sirius. Rising of Sirius. This is more law stuff. So this is from Pike's book. He's talking about Cagliostro was an Illuminist, Templar, Neo-Templar, not a real Templar. Introduced the Masonry new rite called Egyptian, endeavored to resuscitate the mysterious worship of Isis. And on his seal, initials for the word Lilius pedibus destru, tread underfoot the lilies. The Masonic medal of the 16th and 17th century has upon it the sword cutting off the stalk of a lily, and the words Telum dabit altio messem, such harvest revenge will give. To the French Revolution. Was this all random shit? Was this Eliphas Levi? It is whatever that is. Magical instruments. Emma Serac. That's Aramaic. Berkael. Akaboel. Let's see. What is this? Rating of the stars. Oh, it's mentioning Mesmer. The real and serious android of the ancients was a secret which they kept hidden from all eyes, and Mesmer was the first to divulge it. It was the extension of the will of the Magus into another body, organized and served by an elementary spirit. In more modern and intelligible terms, it was a magnetic subject. In other words, control magic. Enchantment to control. Yeah, I forget what that says. Some sort of intelligible writing. Let's see. I don't know if this is relevant. Speak of the key. True key. Tarot. Let's see. Yeah, these aren't really relevant to this subject here. What is this? Okay, well, I guess I might just call it a night if nobody wants to come hang out. I'll put Bling up one more time. I guess I would. So I'd smoke one more joint. So, William the Second. So this is interesting because the Avengers are talking about. Oh wait, William the Second was hung them. Okay, never mind. But that was with them. Okay, so this one is relevant. Phi Beta Kappa. This is from Heckathorn's book. The book's called Secret Societies of All Ages and Countries. The Bavarian Illuminati, according to some accounts, spread to America. Students of universities only were admitted to the order. The password was, oh fuck, I forget what that means. Hold on here. Translate. Uno momento, por favor. That's my bad Spanish. I'm not Spanish. I just know like 5 Spanish phrases. Okay, so the password is philosophy of life. Philosophy is the helmsman of life. That's what it says. Philosophy is a guide or rule of life. Oh, wait. It says right after. The 3 letters forming the initials of the Greek sentence are chosen as the name of the society, whose object is to make philosophy and not religion the guiding principle of man's actions. The order was introduced in the United States, 1776. Secret signs and grips, which, however, were all made public when, in about 1830, the society ceased from being a secret one. The sign was given by placing the 2 forefingers of the right hand so as to cover the left corner of the mouth, and then drawing across the chin. The grip was like the common shaking of hands, only not interlocking the thumbs, and at the same time gently pressing the wrists, just like the Demolay Society. The jewel or metal always of silver grip and provided at the candidate's expense. Suspended from the pink or blue ribbon on it are the letters P, H, B, and K, 6 stars, and a hand. The stars denote the number of colleges where the institution exists. On the reverse is SP for Societas Philosophy. The date, December 5th, 1776. Or the Philosophical Society. No, that's not really relevant. What do we got here? Langes. Okay, so let's see. His brother Tubal Cain from the science of music, songs, tongue, harp, and organ. The third brother Tubal Cain. Or wait, the first one was just Tubal. Found smith's crafts of gold, silver, copper, iron, and steel. The daughter of the craft of the weaving. Blah blah. Knew well that God would take vengeance for sin, either by fire or water, henceforth. Wherefore they writ their science had found in 2 pillars of stone, that they might be found another after Noah's flood, and that one stone was marble, for the other would not burn with fire, and that the other stone was cleplaturns, would not drown in no water. So keep in mind that's like Old English. I guess nobody wants to come hang out. Let's see. Let's go right now. The Bogon. Let's see. Man and God and man is grub worms and hatched from earth, expanded wings emerges. Man, the God and man as is, where a grub worm hatched in the earth. Why did I say the rest of that? The more secular humanist man is God bullshit. The great work is the purification of the soul. Let's see. If you would understand the true secrets of alchemy, you must study the works of the masters of patience and assiduity. Assiduity. This is page 793, I think, of Morals and Dogma. Every word is often an enigma, and to him who reads in haste, the whole will seem absurd. Even when they seem to teach that the great work is the purification of the soul, and so to deal only with morals, they most conceal their meaning and deceive all but the initiates. It's Albert Pike. Flower of Life, Osiris, blah, blah. Yes, they already got that. Osiris symbol is their earth flag. The earth flag. Osiris. Yeah, Pan. Pillar like archaic statues. So we got this is Elvin Boyd Coon's Lost Light, special cult of the sun, Orion, the stellar symbol of Christos, or Sirius, the great dog star. The symbol of Christos or Sirius. Orion being the symbol of Christos or of Sirius. So Orion is connected with Sirius because remember the great hunter had a dog. Let's see. Should be Sirius, the dog star, his corruptible body shall be as a god forever. Let me be among the stars that never rest. He shall be a star of heaven. Okay. Sirius, the morning star. Okay, I'll skip this. Sothis, Septis. I think I've got doubles in some of these. The seventh. Yeah, so your Horus is shown with the Tias or Venus with the beard. Christ as Charis and Jesus as Saint Sophia. Astarte wore on their head the bull's horns. Bull-headed goddess is from Egyptian monuments. Neith and the vulture, her emblem, both depicted with the male member. Aphrodite sometimes written Aphroditos, masculine form, and then sought to parody the androgyne condition of divine. See, the symbolism was about the rising and the setting of Mercury or Venus or whatever, not necessarily the oh, there's some weird shit going on with the Illuminists. Yeah, feminine Hova, Jehovah, blah blah. Let's see. Damn, I need a snack. I guess let me go get a snack real quick. I'm gonna put on this video here. I don't even know what I got here. Let's see. Okay, well, let's just. No, I can't put that on. Let's see. Sheep and Wolf Country. I'll just put this on for a minute.
Did ancient architects know the dimensions of the Earth, Moon, and Sun? Were they capable of surveying vast distances with pinpoint precision? Did they encode their advanced understanding in monuments and units of measure? Why do many of the world's religions encode the same geometry in their most sacred symbols and temples? Why do measurements of many disparate phenomena converge on a few specific numbers and ratios? What is the role of synchronicity in revealing meaningful patterns? What does all of this say about the world we live in? Before we look at patterns at all scales, we need to look at the foundations of measurement. There are primarily two measurement systems used in the world today. The United States uses the British imperial system of inches, feet, and miles, while the rest of the world, including Britain, has converted to the metric system, which was initially introduced in revolutionary France. Both systems were originally based on the dimensions of the Earth and on cycles of time. In The Lost Science of Measuring the Earth, Robin Heath and John Michell show that the English foot must have been defined by measuring the Earth's equatorial circumference. The number of English feet around the equator is 1,000 times the number of degrees in a circle times the number of days in a year. This beautiful relationship of a circle to time is 99.994% accurate according to the modern geodetic standard. 528 is a key which harmonizes the measurements of the Earth, Moon, and Sun with time. The numbers 528 form a trinity within the Ennead, of which I'll say more about later. First, let us consider the Earth. Its dimensions can be expressed with great elegance due to the fact that there are 5,280 feet in a mile. In Before the Pyramids, Christopher Knight and Alan Butler show that the unit we now call the meter was used 1,000 years before the three pyramids of Giza at Thornborough in England. Three henges having the same relative positions on the ground as the belt stars of Orion in the sky are at a site that is 1/10 of the Earth's polar circumference from the North Pole. The distance between the outer henges is exactly 1,500 meters on center. Knight and Butler show that the meter is not an arbitrary measure, but rather is fundamentally connected to time. The seconds pendulum has a period of 2 seconds, 1 second for a swing in one direction, and 1 second for a swing in the opposite direction. The length of the seconds pendulum is 1 meter. In 1675, Tito Burattini proposed the length of the seconds pendulum be called the meter, more than 100 years before the meter was officially defined as the distance of 10 million units from the equator to the North Pole, running through Paris as the prime meridian. Today the meter is circularly defined in terms of the speed of light, which is itself measured in meters per second. The nautical mile, which is still used by mariners and pilots, was originally defined as 1 minute of arc along any meridian. There are therefore 21,600 nautical miles in the polar circumference of the Earth. The Moon harmonizes with this number, as there are 2,160 miles in the lunar diameter. If units of distance are based on time, then the way that time is divided must also be part of the system. The Earth's rotation is divided into 24 hours, and as it turns out, 24 is a fundamental number. The Fibonacci sequence is one of the most important and beautiful concepts in mathematics. Start with nothing, then create a sequence with something, namely 1. Add the current number to the previous number to get the next term in the sequence. So 0 plus 1 is 1, then 1 plus 1 is 2. The subsequent terms are 3, 5, 8, and so on. Continuing in this way, you get a sequence that spirals out of the void into infinity. Every ratio of successive terms in the Fibonacci sequence approximates the golden ratio phi. The higher in the Fibonacci sequence you go, the closer the ratios get to phi. The ratios oscillate above and below phi, getting ever closer as the sequence progresses. The bodies of innumerable living things are built using the Fibonacci sequence, thus manifest their forms from the template of phi in their morphic fields. Every number can be reduced to a single digit by adding its places horizontally. For example, the number 13 can be reduced to 4 because 1 plus 3 is 4. Larger numbers such as 55 require multiple reductions, such as 5 plus 5 equals 10, and then 1 plus 0 equals 1. In the end, all numbers can be reduced to single digits called digital roots. The Fibonacci sequence's digital roots repeat with a period of 24. When the digital roots of the Fibonacci sequence are placed around a circle, you can see that all opposite number pairs add to 9. Most people aren't aware that, in addition to hieroglyphics, the ancient Egyptians used an alphabet called uniliterals which had 24 letters. I see this as another clue to the importance of 24. Prime numbers are numbers divisible only by themselves in 1. Prime numbers are the basis of banking security, as it is computationally prohibitive to decompose large numbers into their prime divisors. In the book God's Secret Formula, Peter Plichta noticed that if you arrange all numbers in concentric rings around a circle with a period of 24, then prime numbers exist only on 8 of the rays. This is true for all prime numbers except for the numbers 2 and 3 that are part of the initial trinity of numbers. It's a fascinating coincidence that the Maltese or Templar cross is depicted in the primes, which are so important to banking, since the Templars literally invented multinational banking. Jeremy Stride at code144.com discovered a prime number code at Coral Castle. The complex of megalithic blocks was constructed single-handedly and without heavy machinery by the secretive Ed Leedskalnin in 1920. Many believe Leedskalnin understood the connection between magnetism and gravity, because it appears that he was able to levitate massive stone blocks and float them into position. Leedskalnin said he, quote, "discovered secrets of the pyramids," end quote. His rotor artifact consists of 24 magnets arranged in a ring. In the book The Holy Science, Sri Yukteswar Ananda claimed that the Earth's precessional cycle is exactly 24,000 years, even though traditionally this has been calculated as 25,920 years. Both are correct in a manner of speaking. Although it is now recognized that the rate of precession changes over time, what causes the precessional cycle isn't well understood by mainstream scientists. Walter Cruttenden of BinaryResearchInstitute.org presents a credible model that explains the precession phenomenon. He says the solar system moves, and this in turn changes the Earth's orientation to the distant stars. Our solar system and the Sirius system, which we perceive as the brightest star in the sky, appear to rotate around a common center of mass. In the 17th century, Johannes Kepler discovered the 3 laws of planetary motion, which show that the orbit of every planet is an ellipse, and that orbital speed varies according to where each body is in its orbital path. With this new understanding, it makes sense that the rate of precession would vary as our systems slowly transit an elliptical orbit. So to astronomers in earlier times, it appeared that the precessional cycle was 25,920 years, but now that the yearly rate is speeding up, it's looking more like the cycle could be 24,000 years. In this binary solar system model, the rate of precession per degree varies from 60 to 72 years, with 66.6 years as the average rate. If our solar system truly dances in a 24,000-year cycle with the Sirius system, then 24 resonates with the music of our spheres. Consider the fact that there are 12 notes in the chromatic musical scale. One octave up and down correspond beautifully to a day and night of 24 hours. A mean solar day is defined as exactly 24 hours. Of course, each hour is divided into 60 minutes, and each minute is divided into 60 seconds. So there are 86,400 seconds in a day and night on Earth. The Sun's diameter is 864,000 miles. We find 864 also expressed in alignments, technology, architecture, and urban design. In The Lost Science of Measuring the Earth, Heath and Michelle reveal that not only is the distance from Stonehenge to Silbury Hill 86,400 feet, but Silbury Hill itself is dimensioned in units of 8.64 feet. The 35mm film format used for over 100 years, which continues today with full-frame digital SLR cameras, has an area of 864 square millimeters. This is a most appropriate size to capture the light of the sun. The area of the largest square in Paris, La Place de la Concorde, is 86,400 square meters. The height of the Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco is 864 feet, if you include its glass pyramidion. The quoted height is some 11 feet less, but I think this was done to tie it in more closely with its namesake, the Great Pyramid of Egypt. The Great Pyramid is the sole surviving wonder of the ancient world. It remains the oldest, largest, and most accurate building ever built. It was the tallest structure in the world for 4 millennia. It is aligned within 0.1% of true north, and its 13-acre base is horizontal and flat to within 15 millimeters. The scale and accuracy are astounding. In the book Sacred Number and the Origins of Civilization, Richard Heath's metrology shows that the Great Pyramid is 480 feet in height, which is exactly 1/11th of a mile. Its missing pyramidion would measure 1 1/11th feet in height if it were to cap off the geometric mountain of 2.3 million blocks of stone. In terms of the pyramid and its pyramidion, the metrology is clearly a play of ones. In the book Fingerprints of the Gods, Graham Hancock pointed out that the height of the Great Pyramid times 43,200 is equal to the Earth's polar radius in feet, and that its base perimeter times 43,200 is equal to the Earth's equatorial circumference in feet. Aside from being twice 216 and half 864, the number 432 encodes yet another layer of the genius which is encoded in the Great Pyramid. 432 times 432 equals the speed of light in miles per second. The latitude of the Great Pyramid encodes the speed of light in meters per second. It therefore seems appropriate that the word pyramid is composed of two Greek words, pyra meaning light or fire, and meidos meaning measures, because the Great Pyramid truly encodes the measures of light. The Grecian mystical Pythagorean brotherhood considered the knowledge of 432 and similar relationships essential in order to gain mastery of oneself. There is a movement to return to the Verdi tuning of 432 Hz, which many opera singers believe is more natural for the human voice compared to the standard concert tuning. In addition to its dimensions, the proportions of the Great Pyramid encode great wisdom. Consider that the height to base proportion is 7 to 11. The Statue of Liberty in New York, which truly embodies the Egyptian goddess Isis, has a 7-pointed crown and stands on an 11-pointed base star. The height of the statue from heel to top of head is 111 feet 1 inch, recalling the play of ones in the Great Pyramid's metrology. The pyramid's height to half base proportion is 4 to pi, while its face to half base proportion is phi to 1. Based on the remaining casing stones, the slope of the Great Pyramid was originally between 51 and 52 degrees. This angle is very important.
Sorry for the delay. I don't know, my mic went off for a second. It's a pretty good video. I was sitting there watching it for a second. Ate like a pumpkin waffle with a banana and like what else? Some kind of like fruit stuff or something. I don't know. It's pretty good. Yeah, the so back to this. I guess I lost a couple people with that documentary. So wow, what the fuck is this? This looks like that Brother 12 book. Yeah. So let's see here. Yes, there's a lot of conjecture about symbolism. The blazing star in our lodges, we've already said, represents Sirius, Anubis, or Mercury, guardian and guide of the souls. So there's many explanations, and it's very complex. The tribe of Kais to Sirius. That was interesting. Sirius still glitters in our lodges as the blazing star. The blazing star. I gotta know some disputes with many people about me saying that Sirius was the blazing star. Very many disputes. People said that I was wrong. Well, it's like, well, if I'm wrong, then why do the books keep constantly writing about it? Let's see here. Okay, I just gotta send something out here. Okay, so it's from Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. Morals and Dogma. Why can't I send it? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Just figured I would send yet another book quote to the naysayers. And Grok doesn't want me to send it. Whatever. Let's see here. I'll just fucking, here we go. Okay. Alright, so Sirius, the dog star, Friend of Osiris, Byblos, the shrub of the Erica or Tamarisk tree. What do we got here? Dog Star, Forerunner, Edition of the Nile. So this is Albert Pike mentioning Mesmer. To seek to subjugate the will of others, the will, and take the soul captive, because it is the exercise of the highest power seems to be the highest object of human ambition. It is at the bottom of all proselyting and propagandism, from that of Mesmer to that of the Church of Rome and the French Republic. So Albert Pike himself is saying that Mesmer used he subjugated the will of others. What is this? Jesuits. Let's see. The Cavalier Mason Ecosius. That means the Knight Mason of the. I can't remember what that word meant. Ecclesius, Cosius. 1717 formation of the English system of the Grand Lodge government of the purely speculative craft. Revival of Templar and Hermetic Masonry by Swedenborg under approval of Charles the 12th of Sweden. Note that Swedenborg was quite the Looney Tune. (1723) Preston's Illustrations of Masonry, published the same year, brings out anti-Masonic. Mason's Catechism, blah blah. The Jacobite intrigues with Freemasonry began 1723. Oh man, the cigarette is too strong. Well, so this is going up. Looking for the older stuff. Baron von Hunt, identified with the strict observance, alleged Templar degrees in Paris. The unknown superiors required to acknowledge unknown superiors. The English pretender King James created the Jacobites. 1742. Initiated under Baron von Hunt, alleged rite of strict observance, in which the initiate swore fealty to unknown superiors. Supposed the old Knights Templars were to be revived, but von Hunt failed to discover his superiors, and after years of struggling to revive the Templars without their aid, von Hunt died a dupe to the last. These aren't all necessarily relevant. The prefix. This is relevant because Lodge of Perfectibilists existed before Weishaupt's, the Illuminists, the Valois, Val Brewright. Chapter of Claremont, founded in Paris by the College of Claremont, conducted for and by the Jesuits. 1754, Martin Pascal introduces Jacobite degrees in France, which authorities declare showed Jesuit influence. Rise of the Gold Rosicrucians in South Germany, a system promulgated among the Freemasons depending upon the unknown fathers as teachers of candidates, each one having a master. The Jesuits are known to have joined the scheme in early stage. The order lasted until about 1790. Emperors of the East and West reformed the ruins of the chapter of Claremont. They worked alleged Templar degrees while Their rivals, the Knights of the East, did not. 1758. 1762, establishment of the Southern Sovereign Council of the Knights of the East. East and West expand their system to 25 degrees. Afterwards, known as the Right of Perfection or the French Right. So there's 25 degrees, 1762. There was more than that because John J. Robeson says he was up to the 45th degree before he quit. English Masonry, Nova Scotia, Inte Masonic Publications, Jacob and Boaz, Molabone, blah, blah. Let's see. Masonry indicted at Danzig. Stephen Warren carries French Right 25 degrees to San Domingo and established the Council of Princes of the Royal Secret. 1763, 1764, anti-Masonic proofs of the Society of Freemasons in every country is not only useless, but insisted dangers, blah, blah. Von Hunt imposed by one Lucht or Johnson, who professes to be an unknown superior of the strict observance, which had now spread over Germany and Russia, Holland, France, Italy, Switzerland. Symbola Divina et Humana, 1601. The Elus sprang from the Grand Orient of France, offers Swedenborg the Grand Mastership, 1766. Swedenborg declines, 1769. Visited the Scientific Lodge, afterward called the Lodge of the Nine Muses, Nine Sisters. Blah, blah. 1773, Grand Lodge of France refuses to be absorbed by the Grand Orient. Treaty made between English and German lodges. Paris obtains the philoliths from Cavalier Savillette de Lange. Such men as Saint Germain, Mesmer, Cagliostro, Raymond, Chastanier, Marquise de Tome were members of the Knights of the Philoliths. Blah, blah. 1777, Weishaupt affiliates himself with strict observance and is bitterly fought by the Masonic Rosicrucians and Jesuits. Brothers of the Golden Cross, established by alleged members of the Order of the Rosicrucians that became numerous in Germany and spread to Sweden. Duke of Sudermania, chosen as von Hunt's successor of the strict observance, being already head of the Swedish Masons. Zinzendorf is discountenanced and by a denial that he had received any warrant from Sweden. Disappear from the scene, blah, blah. 1781, the social contract enters concordant of the Grand Orient of France, continues to hold its convents in 1812. John Paul Jones, the first American admiral, was a member. Abbé Pernetti, royal librarian of the King Frederick of the Great, attempts to penetrate the true Swedenborgian rite, and after a journey to Sweden, was initiated into a spurious lodge, claiming to be that rite. The Grand Lodge of Holland allies itself with strict observance through the efforts of German Masons. English Masonry introduced in Maryland, the Second Lodge of Perfection. The United States established in Philadelphia since 1781. 1782, World Convention at the High Degrees at Wilhelmsbad, attended by a delegation of the Illuminati, Rosicrucians, Zinzendorf, and other rites from Europe and America. Jesuit influence in degree manufacture was discussed. All the rites represented agreed to the complete revision, resulting in the establishment of the rite of only 6 degrees. 3 of the Blue Lodge, Scots, Master, Novice, or Esquire, and Knight, Benevolent Knight of the Holy City. The Swedenborgian system was used as a model. At this time, it was estimated that there were 3 million Masons in the world. 1784, the Philadelphians and Philoliths cooperated and formed practically one society. Masonry interdicted in Morocco. 1787, the Polish Gabrianka, founder of the Illuminati of Avignon, adds Martinist and Swedish systems to his own, from which several other orders sprung subsequently, such as the Zodiac, the Black Brothers, Elus, Cohens, and the Illumins. 1788, English modern masonry introduced into Northern Carolina. Virginia characters first lodged west of the Alleghenies in Lexington, Kentucky, known as the Ancient York Masons. Council of the Princes of Jerusalem, 16 degrees, established in Charleston, South Carolina. The Princes of Jerusalem. 1792, last heard of the clerics of France. Portuguese Freemasons freeing from the Inquisition find asylum with the craft in New York. Lodge of Perfection established in Baltimore, fourth in the United States. Illuminati Lodge. Illuminatists. The Society of Illuminatists, 1776, a secret society founded by Dr. Adam Weishaupt, professor of canon law, blah, blah. This society was joined by Mesmer, Cagliostro, Condirect, the Duc d'Orleans, Mirabeau, and Abbe Sieyès. The real objects were to crush priestly intolerance and superstition, stamp out feudalism, and limit regal authority of the popular will. In a word, the Illuminatists were the midwives of the first French Revolution, though without doubt the revolution far outran their program, suppressed in 1785, also called the Illuminati. Illuminati, 16th century religious sect founded by Jacob Boehm, shoemaker of Lusatia. He averred that he was often carried up to heaven like the Apostle Paul. Swedenborgians and Quietists were in a great measure Illuminati. That is, they professed to have an inner light which illuminated them. See Martinus, uh, Garinets, and Alumbrados. Also see next article. The magnetism of Mesmer was followed by the hypnotism of Marquis de Poiseuille, the attendant train of clairvoyance. Table turning and telepathy, clairvoyance and clairaudience, spiritualism, theosophy, and Christian Science. Today, the whole system of Hermetic philosophy of the Egyptians and Hindus has been rediscovered, supposedly. So they were using telepathy and all that shit. Summoning ghosts, supposedly. The Odic force was conjectured to explain the phenomena of hypnotism. In Britain, impetus was given to the view of the subject following the translation of Reichenbach's researches by William Gregory. They're talking about Baron von Reichenbach, professor of chemistry at University of Edinburgh. These later researches tried to show many of the Odic phenomena to be the same nature as those described previously by Franz Mesmer, and even long before Mesmer by Swedenborg. So we're talking about hypnotism. Swedenborg Polish. Oh yeah, I forgot Swedenborg tried to make a flying machine. Swedenborg published an article and attempted to explain spiritual and mental events in terms of minute vibrations or tremulations. Blah, blah. Stutter. Okay, Swedish critic proposed Swedenborg compensated for his impediment by extensive argumentation and writing. Let's see. Oh, God is one. Okay, here. Swedenborg's revelation that there is a God and he is one. And God, if God is all powerful, he must be one. It is self-contradictory to say that there is more than one being who is all powerful. So Swedenborg believed he was God. just like Weishaupt's doctrine. This is from Alice Bailey, Lucis Trust, 2025 AD. Quote unquote, I have made this practical application of media illustration teaching anent glamour, illusion, and Maya because the whole world problem has reached the crisis today and because its clarification will be outstanding theme of all progress, educational, religious, economic, until 2025 AD. So Mrs. Alice Bailey says that's when it's going to happen. So we're already in it, supposedly. Yeah, so in 2025, the date in all probability will be set for the first stage of the externalization of the hierarchy. Present cycle from now until that date is called technically the stage of forerunner. Preparatory in nature, testing of its methods is intended to be a revelatory in its techniques and results. You can see, therefore, that the Chohan's masters, initiates, world disciples and aspirants affiliated with the hierarchy are all at this time passing through a cycle of great activity. What is this? The master of wisdom is he who has resolved himself from the 5 unto the 3, 3 to the 2. He's become the 5-pointed star. The moment he reaches, he sees the star flash out above the one initiator. Recognizes it in those of equal place to his. He is sanctified. The quaternary has used the foundation stone upon to which to erect the Temple of Solomon. Blah blah. Recognizes temptation. Rule of God. Oh yeah. Only by the domination of all forms and the bringing of these forms under the rule of the God within can we find the God in all. Yes. Let's see. Consciousness. Unconsciousness. Dreamless sleep. Moon. Earth, waking objective consciousness. Jupiter, self-conscious, picture conscious. Self-conscious. Vulcan, high spiritual consciousness. Okay, so this is where it goes back even further. King William of England initiated 1695. Let's see. City of London, Freemasons, Natural History of Staffordshire. Let's see, King James III establishes the Order of Knights of St. Andrew. See, 1314. Indicates Masonry in America. 1650, the Stuarts, after Charles I is beheaded, used Scotch Masonry politically, especially the 2 degrees, Scottish Master and Templar. Thomas Vaughan, the English mystic and protege of the Masons, wrote as an unknown person. He was known in England as Eugenius Philoleths, in Holland as Cornobius, and in America as Dr. Zeal. Such are the allegations concerning him. It is said that while in America, George Stanley Irenaeus Philolus was his student. 1628, Theatrum Chemicum Argentorum mentions a certain nobleman of the 14th century as most illustrious and serene prince and father of philosophers. 1623, Rosicrucianism appears in France through the placard on the walls of Paris. Clerical bitterness is at once spewed upon the brochure entitled Frightful Compacts Between the Devil and His So-Called Invisibles, which alleged that there were 36 invisibles who assembled at Lyons on St. John Baptist's Day. 1621, Rite of Illuminati in Stockholm. founded in Sweden. 1621. 1638, Bishop Mortem of Dunham grants few charters of the company and fellowships of Freemason, Roughs, Masons, Wallers, etc. Let's see. There's cards. Let's see. See, I'm wondering about the Sweden thing. Swedish and the Dutch. 1621 of Illuminati of Stockholm, founded in Sweden. Let's see if the Grog can pick up any inquiries on this one right here. Okay, one moment here. Okay, so Grok has no, well, I guess we're 1621, one right of Illuminati, Stockholm, and Sweden. Let's see if that picks something up here. Yeah, the Google's not picking it up. So this is from the New Age magazine, volume 17. That seems to be the only place where it's found. If you wanna, that's just a link if you wanna check it out. It's got the full article. James Amos Komensky becomes chaplain of Bohemian Brothers, and through exiled from Austria becomes famous in Sweden, England, and elsewhere. He joined Andrea and his Rosicrucian movement. Fraternity of Rosicrucian Tracticus, 1618. 1633, Robert Flood, the English Rosicrucian, speaks of the formerly so-called Rosicrucians who are now known as Sapientes Sophia, or wise men. Under the type of architect, they erect their house of wisdom. It was Flood who presented a copy of the Masonic charges to the Masons of the Masons Company. 1616, the Rosicrucian Chemical Nuptials of the Christian Rosicruits, published in Strasbourg. These and other Rosicrucian manifestos supposed to have been written by Johann Valentin Andrea, theologian of Württemberg, poet of literature, who traveled and studied in the East. The Rosicrucian movement aroused the most brilliant intellects of the day. 1606, a date on a stone bearing the square and the compass found in Nova Scotia. See 1603. 1604, Simon Studian writes Neometria, or temple measuring. He refers to the rose and the cross and to the militia crucifera. His temple is open to the key of David, the Jewish double triangle, which is the royal arch symbol. Trade companies of Freemasons, Carpenters, Joiners, Incorporated. 1603, French soldiers in Nova Scotia leave a Masonic traces behind. 1601, publication of Typoti Symbola Divine et Humana. So, the divine human. What did I say? 1598, Henry Conrath in his amphitheater, Sapiente Attorney, makes his fifth alchemical pantacle, a rose of light with a human cross in the center. Many alchemists before his time used the rose and cross symbols in a similar manner. These symbols may be traced back to India, 1578 to 1586. Congress of Edinburgh makes new revision of Masonic statutes. 1586, the militia Crucifera Angelica meets at Nuremberg. Its device being the cross and the rose. At a later date, this is the headquarters of the Rosicrucians with the same device. It will be recalled that Martin Luther's seal was the same combination of symbols. So you remember that the Rosicrucians started before they officially started, just like the Masons, just like the Illuminati, just like all these groups. They're much older than what they say. Worshipful Master Shaw is the master of the work in Scotland, 1584. 1571, Lucia Crucifera Evangelica meets in Lunenburg. 1570, Count Michael Myers Mass at Thai University of Leyden states this year was revived the old Society of the Magical Brethren or the Wise Men under the name of the Brethren of the Rosy Cross. C 1115. 1570. The Magical Brethren. Non omnis moriar. Started 15. Okay, let's skip that. Masonic student. We don't know if the Theosophical and Magical Union above mentioned did exist in organized secret society. Correspondence of Cornelius Agrippa von Nettesheim shows that he was a member of such a secret society. It is further asserted that he was in London and established a branch of it in the city. Flood was showing a secret society's existence in the universities as the passage, notwithstanding an allegiance which I may have vowed by a ceremonial rite of to Aristotle in my youth. So I'm talking about the Aqua Tofana. These societies used double triangles of steel Solomon, the ruins, the old temple preceptories of France was found a copper medallion with a lamb surmounted by this Kabbalistic symbol. Blah, blah. No, this just keeps going. Unknown hands, unknown heads. Is this Traces of Hidden Traditions in Masonry by Isabel Cooper Oakley. Okay, blah blah, Demiurgos. Masters of the second secret, masters of knowledge of all nature, inner forces and divisions. Blah blah. Yeah, okay, so let's see. Long before the year 1118, there was a society which, in the mysteries of the ancients, took the place of the last and youngest grade, which had the same position with the Temple Heron, but adopted it with other teachings of the wise ones. They were the novices from all time, as in the time of Inquisition against the Templars. No one knew anything about the lower and last grades, and those who belonged to them had no public connections with. What was I there? The youngest grade, which had the same position as the Templarium. Wait. And those who belonged to them had no public connection with them, and thus lived without attracting attention. They were overlooked in the cruelties of time. One did not think of them. As the members of the Templars who escaped were few. The new society appeared different forms. Cross Society, Brothers of the Cross, Noahites, and later days adopted the name Freemasons. Let's see. Freemasons, where was that? They began to. Morning. Began to institute a parallel between the books of Moses and the memoirs of the Magi. From all they evolved the kind of association provided with certain laws which could fit in with the Christian. Okay, let's go to the next one here. Blah, 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 the Knef. Let's see. Knights of Asia calling themselves the Knights of St. John. Awesome. The Knights of St. John or the Knights of Asia, or the Knights of the Orient. Remember that Orient also meant Aryan. Cologne record, 1535. Mystics, Masons. What is this record name? Philip Melanchthon. Martin, the friend of co-worker Martin Luther, appears as a brother in the Order of Freemasons. This document bears witness also a secret society was known in various parts of the world, which existed before 1440 under the name of Brothers of St. John, and since then up to 1535 under the title St. John's Order of Freemasonry, Masonic Brotherhood. So Philip Melanchthon, the friend and co-worker of Martin Luther, was a Mason. This society was reformed and rearranged in the year 1717 and generally accepted modern day materialistic and non-mystic Masons. Became more atheistic in its views and more democratic in its tendencies. Blah blah. The Charter of Cologne. As existed in Palestine and Greece. Blah blah. Roman Empire. Where's that other book at? The okay. Let's just skip ahead here. What's that saying? Researches into Masonic literature must be made in many languages and countries before the view can be firmly established for the general world. To the student of theosophy, who is also a student of Masonry, it becomes more and more apparent the movement, which is generally termed Masonic, had its roots in the true mysticism, which originated as an ideal effort from the spiritual hierarchy which guides the evolution of the world, and that, however much the branches may be separated, the root idea. There's nevertheless a mystic teaching in Masonry for those who seek below the surface. So this is the same traces of hidden truths in Masonry. 5 essays by Isabel Cooper Oakley. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, the priesthoods of Belus or Baal of Assyria, Osiris of Egypt, Jehovah in Palestine, Jupiter in Greece, Rome, Ahura Mazda in Persia, the Brahma of India, the Tuatates of Britain, were primitive secret societies who instructed and governed a primitive family and races. It little matters whether we call the members of the priesthoods Belites, Pastafori, like pastors, Levites, Karets, Magi's, Brahmins, or Druids. They were connected by secret ties and intercommunicated from the Indus to the Tiber from the Nile to the Thames. Hence, there ever has been, is, and ever was, and ever will be Freemasonry on our planet. Masonry was over more or less connected with priesthoods till about the 13th century of our era, when Masons declared themselves Freemasons. Since then, the priesthoods denounced Masonry. This is a quote from a Mason. A thoughtful consideration of our principal ceremony irresistibly leads us to the doctrine which is typified by the Pastos, the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid, and connects with the main characters of all mysteries, which embodied the highest truths then known to the illuminated ones. 12th century witnessed the outbreak of mystic symbolism, perhaps unparalleled in our era. Legends of the Grail. Blah, blah, blah. Argument. Gnosticism, Lord's Manichaeism, blah, blah. let's see. Theosophical students, Masonic authority, blah blah. Oh, here it is, right here. The Rite had a theosophical gospel which taught that the basis of all religion was one. In 657, they had changed their name to Paulicians, as in Paul, and later Cathari, or purified. Remember the Catharis, the Euchites, Bogomils, in more recent times, the Lollards. Blah, blah. Prove the origin of the sects from Eastern Magi, but is unnecessarily in space forbids. A few words, they were a secret speculative society with degrees distinguished by signs, tokens, and words like Freemasonry. The Church of Rome from the 4th and 19th century has hated them with the hatred of death, butchering and burning them by the tens of thousands. For Christianity has shed more blood than any other faith, yet the fathers often admit their great purity of life, but that was their sin against the corrupt priesthood and unpardonable. Templars were Gnostics on the evidence of the papal trials in 1313, and Hugh the Grand Master, Hugh de Payens, the Grand Master, in 1118, is said to have received initiation from Theoclitus, Patriarch of St. John the Baptist, in the Codex Nazareus, the Knef, Volume 5, Number 4, 1885. Records and documents relating to Freemasonry as a speculative society by John Yarker. Blah blah. Secret Theosophical Societies. Let's see. It's called Mains. Mains of the Persian king Sopores endeavored to recall the life, the entire period of the mysteries, the religion of Zoroaster, uniting them with the pure, compassionate teachings of Jesus. Okay, blah blah. It is easy to believe that those who profess demagogic principles and a religion free from all this chimerical would be persecuted. Thus, the Manichaeans from the 4th century were persecuted to the fullest by the despots, the Roman priests. Holy Augustine, brought up from the mysteries of Zoroaster, adopted holy teachings of Jesus, became his bitterest persecutor and the greatest enemy of the teachings of Mains, which was known under the name of the religion of the Child of the Widow. Well, let's wait a minute. Mains. Oh, I didn't realize he was that old. 3000 BC, 3200 BC. Pharaoh. Wait, I thought that was an A. M-A. Yeah, M-A. Roman Mains. There it is. Okay, I thought that was 5th century BC. Okay, that's more like it. I was gonna say he's not that old. Oh, this is interesting. Spirits of the Dead. There's a tombstone from what year is that? Called the Caves of Lake Avernus. Yes, this is a tombstone. It's got 2 fish on it with an anchor. Yeah, so Mains, ancient religion Mains. These sometimes thought to represent souls. No, that's not it. That's not the right Mains. Where is it at? Teachings of Manes. Okay, 3rd century. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, I thought that's more like it. Okay, so what is going on here with this? Okay, so this Manichaeism is was spread throughout Middle East, Southern Europe, Northern Africa, parts of Asia. Okay. Where's the dude himself? Okay, here it is. Eusebius commented as follows: the error of the Manichees, which commenced at this time. In the meantime, also the madman Manes, Mani is a Persian or Semitic origin, as he was called, well agreeing with his name for his demoniacal heresy, armed himself by the perversion of his reason and at the instruction of Satan to the destruction of many. He was a barbarian in his life, both in speech and conduct, but in his nature as one possessed and insane. Accordingly, he attempted to form himself into a Christ, and then also proclaimed himself to be very Paraclete and the Holy Spirit. And with all this was greatly puffed up with his madness. Then, as if he were Christ, he selected 12 disciples, the partners of his new religion, and after patching together false and ungodly doctrines collected from thousands of heresies long since extinct, he swept them off like a deadly poison from Persia upon this part of the world. Hence the impious name of the Manichaeans, spreading among many even to the present day. Such then was the occasion of this knowledge, as it was falsely called, that sprouted up in these times. This is interesting. In the time of the apostles, there lived a man named Scythianus, who is described as coming from Scythia, being a Saracen by race. He settled in Egypt, where he became acquainted with the wisdom of the Egyptians, met the religious system that was afterwards known as Manichaeism, finally immigrated to Palestine. And when he died, his writings passed to the hands of his sole disciple, certain Terebinthus. Later betook himself to Babylonia, assuming the name of Buddha, and endeavored to propagate his master's teachings. Okay, so this is an example of the Manichaeism. Okay, so it's interesting. I'll get back to that later. Okay. Let's see. Manichaeans. Blah, blah. Damn it. Oh, I got the munchies like crazy. Okay, so what is this going on here? The mysteries maintain their existence in the name of the cult of the great architect of the universe, the name that is the origin and allegory of Haram, which represented the mysteries, the unknown God, eternal and sole creator of all things, regenerator of all beings. Thus, the set in his history, des variations. The fourth says the Middle Ages, the Christian sects, especially the Manichaeans and Gnostics, had concealed themselves as much as possible in the Orthodox Church itself. The remainder of the Manichaeans, who had maintained themselves only too well in the East, crowded into the Latin Church. Montfaucon says, when he speaks of the religion of the Egyptians, the hearsay of the good and evil principles which had been upheld by Manichaeans had at various times brought forth in the church great disorder. He asserts that in the East, these doctrines existed at the time of the Crusades, long time that elapsed during. Well, I guess I got the rest. Let's see. Oh, here's crowd of the Latin Church. Various times brought forth in the church great disorder. Certainly, these doctrines was the time of the Crusades. The long time that elapsed during the wars, the Crusaders gave them the opportunity of being admitted into the mysteries of the children of the widow, teachings of the great architect of the world, and both principles. The Crusaders. Oh. These doctrines, the time of the Crusaders, who had admitted into the mysteries of the children of the widow and initiated therein, imparted them on their return home and their peoples in Europe to their peoples in Europe. During the sojourn of the Crusaders with the Mussulmans, all kinds of theological investigations were instituted. These led the Crusaders deep into the faith of the grand architect of the world. Oh, there's okay. Now we're back to this. Okay, whatever. I guess I'll just go on a little bit more. Damn it, I've been on here 5 hours already. Alright, maybe I should just pass out here. 1570, Count Michael Myers, blah, blah, magical brethren, wise men, or the brethren of the Rosy Cross. 1563, asserted that 72 lodges now acknowledge Strasbourg Lodge Masons as supreme. General Assembly of Masons in Basel the next year, Strasbourg's reduced ordinance governing the craft. 1517, Martin Luther puts the motion of the reformation of the church. He had been a student with the mystics, and his badge was the rose and cross. The Roman Pope sometimes presented a golden rose to those who they wished to honor. 1510, Cornelius Agrippa the alchemist established a branch of the Theosophical Society in London. 1540, Pope Paul III establishes the Jesuits. The chief aim is to stem the current Reformation started on Lutheran. I think I already read that one. 1502, dissolves the curfew because they meant secrecy. 1498, the Emperor Maximilian renews Masonic privileges of the Strasbourg Masons. 1491, last of the Moors defeated in Spain. Notice that's right before Christopher Columbus. 1484, the Rosicrucian Order of the 7 Degrees existed in Denmark, according to some authorities, and it was thought that Swedish Masonry was influenced by it. 1535, the famous Charter of Cologne is supposed to refer to the Theosophists and is signed by representatives of 19 lodges, among who are the Melanchthon, successor and companion of Martin Luther, and mentioned as a brother of the Order of Freemasons. This charter, the result of a craft congress, it is alleged, mentions the Order of St. John and gives other evidences of activity of Hermetic brothers in shaping the destiny of Freemasonry. Let's see that Freemasonry is very old. 1534, Ignatius Loyola, soldier of fortune and later a disciple of St. Francis Xavier, begins working of organizing the Jesuit Society to stem the Reformation, his first enemies being Dominican monks who accused the Jesuits of practicing abominable mysteries. 1522, the Grand Lodge of Zurich is dissolved by decree of Helvetian Diet, who has been located at Bern since 1502. 1480, the Platonic Academy, established in Rome using Masonic symbols and said to be a parent of the Brotherhood of the Trowel. at Florence, composed of eminent architects, sculptors, and painters. Their patron saint of Saint Andrew and Inigo Jones, and the celebrated English Masons said to have been people here. English Masonic charges revised, 1475. 1473, the Masons Company of London granted arms by Edward IV. 1469, Congress of Masons at Speyer called by Strasbourg to discuss condition of craft in England, Gaul, Lombardy, and Germany. 1464, Masonic Congress at Ratisbonne publishes the laws of the stonecutters. It was called by Strasbourg Lodge in the jurisdiction of the four principal lodges in Europe in Strasbourg, Cologne, Bern, and Vienna was better mapped out. 1462, the Targo statutes were promulgated between master masons in various parts of Germany. The document is still preserved by the lodge at Rockschlitz. 1457, statutes of the United Lodges of Germany reduced to writing convention at Regensburg. These lodges were Strasbourg, Cologne, Vienna, and Zurich. The Vienna one is relevant. The convention is called the Ratisbonne by the Master of Strasbourg. Jacob Dodsinger unites the German Lodge, 1452. 1439, Strasbourg Masons come under supervision of the Master of Cologne, John Holtz, King of Scotland, grants charter to Grand Master, Worshipful Master Sinclair. 1433, Church of St. Stephen under Hans Boschbaum. 1430, Worshipful Master Sinclair, Baron Rosslyn, acknowledged as hereditary Grand Master of Scotland. 1442, Henry the Sixth of England initiated. 1440, the Brotherhood of St. John, known prior to this year according to Cologne record of 1535, later known as St. John's Order of Freemasonry or the Masonic Brotherhood. 1425, English Parliament suppresses assemblies of Masons. 1422, alleged date of questions of King Henry VI on Freemasonry. 1416, John Huss and Jerome of Prague, two realists in the language of today, modernists as opposed to the nominalists, were burned for hearsay after the great predecessor John Wycliffe, who had been denounced in council of the church, though dead many years. I bet you that's what the name John Wick comes from. John Wycliffe. John Wick. Records of Vienna Masons, 1412, 1411, Masons Company Incorporated in London, 1400. Guild at Lubbock, known as Compass Brothers, continues existence in the 18th century. Date of the Cook, something containing the Masonic constitutions, manuscript. The most noteworthy Gnostic sect was the Persian branch, the Manichees. The Perfect. Yes, the Manichaeism seems to be a precursor of Illuminism. Blah, blah. Let me read all that. Wait, what did I say? Boussault in his History des Variations, the fourth, says that in the Middle Ages, the Christian sects, especially the Manichaeans and Gnostics, have concealed themselves as much as possible in the Orthodox Church itself. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. That's why I freaking. Yeah, so here's the Orient. This is just a Illuminati chart. Here we go. 936. Arabian fraternities of Roman origin translated into the Moorish Spain from Baghdad and Constantinople by Abderrahman. Arabian 40s, 800. Arabs institute a house of wisdom in Cairo, from whence the system and its learning spread to the Moorish Spain. It had 7 degrees, and its masters were called Dias. From this rite sprang the rites of the Drusus and the Assassins. 775, Abderrahman I brings Arabian Masons into Spain, and Cordova becomes the great school of architecture. 715, Saint Winifred travels as apostle to the Germans. He was Benedictine monk and, supported by Charles Martel, labored hard to bring all men under the Church of Rome. Legend makes him a Mason. 712, Spain conquered by Moors and Masonic guilds brought from the Orient. 657, the Manichaeans, or sons of the widow, begin to be known by many names, the first probably being Paulcians, as in Paul. 550, Justinian I entrusts building of St. Sophia to 2 Greek masters. St. Sophia, as in 525, Roman colleges confirmed in their ancient privileges by the Frankish monarchs since 460. 411, Romans abandon Britain and the collegia go into Scotland and Gaul. 330, Church of St. Sophia began. Constantine sends masons into many parts of the empire to build Christian churches. 323, the first Christian church in Rome, obelisk erected to St. John of Lateran. So 323. Oh, we're bouncing around here. 459, Phoenicians found city of Marseilles, France. Okay. I think that's 459 BC maybe. 4700, Temple of Meroe in Egypt and Zodiac of Enns. This is 4700 BC. Esna is said to have dated from. The priests of Meroe are credited with establishing the worship of 12 gods. 5000 BC, Osiris, conqueror of Egypt and reformer of all ancient religion, Horen Iohav, was worshipped under the trinity known as Kanep, Aman, Ptah, and Neith. Iohav, or Jehovah. Jehovah. Let's see. Chism. Okay, well, I guess probably gonna pass out here. Nobody wants to hang out. Smoke a joint. Well, maybe I'll just do a rap or something. Yeah, it looks like I'm into the hypnotism notes, the mesmeric trance, the sealed doors of the mysteries. Let's see here. Yeah, let's skip these. Could have sworn there were some more dates involved in that. Some of the Masonic notes there. Yes, Napoleon himself was into the mesmerism, the hypnotic trance. Well, yeah, I've already did a whole thing on these before. I mean, I could paraphrase it all up, but yeah, okay, this is all mesmerism. What do we got here? Yeah, I'm not gonna read all these. This is, I don't remember which episode it is, but I'm pretty sure I labeled it Mesmer or something. Let's see. So this is interesting because it's has to do with the Oriental Freemasonry. The proselyte vigorously in many provinces, blah blah. Province of Shantung, where they originated many generations ago. They came to existence first as a kind of Masonic order, and many of their rites are said to bear a grotesque resemblance to those of Freemasons, thus suggesting the possibility of great antiquity and foreign origin. Their belief was a curious blending of Oriental religions, childlike superstitions, politics, and fanatical hatred of foreigners. They practice many mysteries, the parent of which is hypnotism, a thing in itself wholly inexplicable to the mind of the Chinese peasant or coolie. Susceptible persons are made the subjects of these boxer hypnotists to the accompaniment of weird rites and much hocus pocus. A subject is thrown into a trance by a boxer hypnotist in the presence of a multitude of possible converts. So that's yes, I'm not gonna get into the hypnotist stuff. Communication from gods. Yeah, I'm not getting into this. This stuff's pretty wild. What is this? Half charlatan, half seer. Mesmer, hypnotism. Okay, there's way too many mesmer nodes here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so there's Baron von Reichenbach. Reached country antithesis of Braves. Okay, so here we go. It does not. It must be expected, says Godfrey Higgins in the Apocalypsis, Volume 1, page 816, that the grand secret, the knowledge, and the highest and last secrets of initiated of the Illuminati be found clearly described in any work written by one of the initiated. If my reader be, as I hope he is, an honorable, upright, and benevolent man, and wish to know the truth, by working himself up to the royal arch, he then will know it. More I add not here, the uninitiated have no business to know. To the initiated I need not tell it. On page 719 of the same work, this learned and astute author says that Masons were the builders of Solomon's temple, that they and their art came from India, and that they were the ancestors of our Freemasons. Speaking of the initiation of Moses by the Egyptian priests, Schiller says these ceremonies were connected with the mysterious images and hieroglyphics, hidden truths so carefully concealed under them and used at their rites, were all comprised under the name mysteries such as had been used in the temples of Isis and Serapis, for the models of the mysteries of Eleusis and Samothrace in more modern times give rise to the order of Freemasonry. I doubt not, continues Higgins, that what Mr. Schiller says is true with one exception. The mysteries were not the origin of Masonry, they were Masonry itself, for the Masonry was part of them, and every part except that which my Masonic engagements prevent, I will explain. Page 726, Mr. Higgins states that the Masons were the first priests or the branch from them, and as they were the persons employed to provide everything required for the honoring the gods, the building of the temples naturally fell into their hands, and thus priests and Masons were identified. This was the first practical attempt at Masonry, thus the Masons were an order initiated. From Eckler. What is this? Talking about Bolshevism and Masonry. Martinus was Alexander first brought up by Voudus Laharpe. A few years of government with liberal tendencies returned on the influence of Metternich, we are told, to a brutally autocratic regime, but secret societies and Masonic lodges recruiting their members among high officials and officers kept alive beneath the ashes of the sacred fire of liberalism. This underground movement, we remembered, terminated and unhappy and free seekers societies which had prepared the event were organized in the model of the Carbonari and presented at the time the three currents of liberal century would gradually assert themselves. Yeah, the Society of the North, established St. Petersburg, demanded the constitutional monarchy. The Society of the South, recruited from among the officers of Little Russia, stood for the Republic. Finally, the United Slavs dreamed of a federation. The premature Decembrist movement founded the famous trial of which 321 suspects, nearly all of them nobles, were arraigned. 5 death sentences were pronounced. From this time dates and creation by the frightened authorities the famous third section of Chancellery. The regime of brutal political oppression established by Nicholas I. Let's see. It's the same book. Yeah. Admitted as one of the members of Amsterdam by a certain Tobias Schultz. Blah blah. 1769. At the time of the order made some stir in the world, although why was the case does not appear. Many who have inquired on the question for the instance of Nikolai account for it on the hypothesis that the Jesuits, after the dissolution of the congregation of Pope Clement the 14th, 1774, had introduced themselves into the order, but in contradiction to this hypothesis, it appears from many manuscripts that, so far from being the case, the Rosicrucians took the mystical Protestant direction in their theological views, basing their teachings on the biblical grounds and sympathizing with the mysticism of Jacob Boehme. The tendency of these last Rosicrucians is a union of the emanation theories of the Kabbalah and the doctrines of Christianity, and by this means the Rosicrucians set foot with the amalgamation of the Martinists and the Illuminati. Martinists and the Illuminati. The tenets of the Illuminati had shaken the old structure of the order and forced it out of the former grooves. From the memorandum in my possession, it appears that in 1792 it had been decided to release the brothers from their oaths and destroy liberty in the archives. 1801, a well-known author of Jobsiad, J.J. Cortum, endeavored to resuscitate the order by founding a Hermetic Society. This attempt was, however, entirely fruitless, for the political ferment of the time had driven the ideas of mysticism out of men's minds. The few surviving Fraters Rosi et Ora Crucis were dying out. It is, however, possible that down the middle of the present century there were still living some genuine Rosicrucians. I do not think the rest is relevant. Whoa. Excuse me. Yeah, it's about the brainwashing shit. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not getting into this. This is the plane of consciousness, the entire group of ideas to which it belongs. Let's see. Mnemonics. Artificial memory. Yeah, memory. Yeah, so they're talking about this. I'm not gonna get it. This book is weird. It's talking about this artificial memory. These it's hard to explain. It's such a point. It's like they use these visual symbols as a way to induce induce the mesmerism or these false memories, artificial memories. What was that? Nazis. Okay, well, I'm going to sleep. I'm too tired. I'm fucking yawning over here. Guess I'm not gonna smoke a second joint. Alright, well, not a second, but like another. What is that? Fucking, excuse me. Alright, well, I'm going to sleep. What is this? Yeah, alright, well, hit the like button. Try to come on and hang out next time and perhaps discuss hypnosis. Okay, maybe I gotta organize all these. All right, peace out.